The exercise files for today's course are located in the video description below. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Hello everyone, my name is Joe Patty, and I'm going to be facilitating this course for you today. Today we are talking about Microsoft Access. Now, Access is a powerful database management system that allows you to store, organize, and also analyze data efficiently. Imagine you have a ton of information scattered across different files and spreadsheets. Well, Access helps you bring all of that data together in one centralized database. You can create tables to store your data, design forms for easy data entry, and also generate reports to summarize and present your information. I'm very excited to take this journey with you and help you become proficient in this essential database tool.
Looking to support our channel and get a great deal? Become a member today to unlock ad-free videos. That's right, your favorite courses without a single ad. Interested in a specific video? Purchase one of our ad-free courses individually. Looking for even more? Gain access to exams, certificates, and exclusive content at LearnitAnytime.com. More information can be found in the video description below.
The first thing we're going to do right now is just get into Access and just take a look at some of the features of Access, including the ribbon, the quick access toolbar, and just other pieces of the interface. So I want you to open up your Access. I'm going to just go to my Start menu here and look for Access in all of my apps. So if you're running on Windows 11, you'll see it's one of the first ones because it's in alphabetical order. And I'll give that a click. I'm going to bring it over here on my main screen. And this is what brings you to what's known as the startup page. So this startup page is where we can start to create a blank database, or we can even use any of Microsoft's pre-existing templates. So they have quite a few of them. They even have a Northwind Starter Edition. This is just fake data for you to get started and manipulate without affecting your real data. We're actually going to use a file very similar to this Northwind. This is the newer edition. I like to use the older edition just in case you're not running on the newest Access. So if you're running on anything, from 2013 all the way up, you'll still be able to follow along with me. Now, also here, you'll see that we have our recent. So files that we've recently opened will be accessible to you right here. Once you're ready to go, we're going to click on the blank database, and it's going to open up this little dialog box and say, well, what do you really want to name this database? And then we could click Create. But since we're using our Northwind, we don't have to do that. We're going to actually just open up this Northwind file that we have. Now, when you first open up the file, you may need to click Enable. So if it does say something like it's blocked, you might have a yellow bar going across, and all you have to do is hit Enable, and then you should see this Northwind Traders pop up. So this is just like a little welcome screen for you. You can click OK for that. You don't have to worry about anything else. And you also see this main switchboard. You can also exit that out. We'll talk about those a little later, but for now, just exit those out and we'll be here in our interface. Now, right away, you can notice this is Microsoft, right? We have that default look of the ribbon right up top. And inside of our ribbon here, I'll just put ribbon, we have our different tabs, like the Home tab, or the Create tab, or External Data tab. Now, besides our tabs, inside of those tabs, we have what are known as command groups, like the clipboard command group, sort and filter command group, records command group. And then inside of those command groups, we have our commands. So anytime that we're going through this training, I'll always let you know where I'm going. I'll say, hey, we're going to go to the Create tab. We're going to go over to the Form command group, and we'll click on something. All right. That way you can follow along nicely without worrying, where did Joe go? Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the quick access toolbar. Right up top, we have access to the save, undo, and redo. And of course, you can click the little drop down and you can choose whichever commands that you want to include in this quick access toolbar. It's totally up to you. This is just all preference at this point. You can even choose to show it below the ribbon. So it's down here. So if yours looks like this, you can always switch it back to show above the ribbon. Or if you don't use it, you can even hide the quick access toolbar. Now, depending on what sort of version of access you have, yours might look a little different than mine. So if it does look different or you don't have certain things, no worries. It's just because I'm running the newest version of Access on my 365. Another thing that you will notice over here is what's known as the object panel. This is all of the different objects in Access. And we're going to go through all of these different ones. Now, you'll see here that we're starting off with like tables, queries, forms, reports, macros, and modules. If you do have something in between reports and macros, it might be something known as pages. Pages aren't used anymore, so if you do have pages, you're more than welcome to right-click on it and remove it. It's just something that's not utilized anymore. We have other updated versions. So if you do have pages, just give it a right-click, and then you can choose to hide it. Once we come back, I'm going to go over all these different objects and what they do, and then we'll get into how to create tables. So as I said before, the object panel in Access shows the different types of objects you can create and use in your database. And you can switch between object categories by just clicking on the tabs on the top of the panel. So you'll see here, if you click this little drop down, you can choose to see all of your Access objects. So if you do not see them all, you can always just switch. You can also filter just to see certain ones. But I want to see all of them, and we're going to navigate to category and choose object type. So if that's not set up, feel free to set that up right now. Now, what you'll see here, our main objects are going to be tables, queries, forms, reports, macros, and modules. Tables, we'll talk about those, and if you give that a little click, that caret, you'll see that there's pre-existing tables in this file. So tables are a collection of data, and they're organized in rows and columns. You can use tables to store information about your data, such as customers, or as you can see here, products, or even orders. And tables are truly the foundation of any relational database. So we're going to be working with those a lot, and that's what's going to help us to build the other objects. The next object in our list here is known as queries. And once again, you'll see quite a few of these. Now, for these queries, a query is just simply a way of retrieving and displaying the data from one or more tables based on certain criteria. So you can query to use filters, sort, group, calculate, or even summarize the data. Queries can also be used to modify or delete data or to create new tables. And we'll talk about the difference between our select queries and our action queries. But right now, you'll see a ton of them. Now, you may see some queries in here that you don't recognize. These are ones that I played around with in the past. So, if you do see something like this in your file, you could just right-click and delete these queries. Click yes. You can right-click on fun. Delete this one as well. And yes, but you should just have a clean slate. The next type of object in Access is known as a form. Now, a form is just simply a graphical interface that allows for you to view, enter, or even edit data in a table or a query. You can use forms to make your database more user-friendly and also interactive. Now, forms can also contain buttons, menus, and other controls that perform various actions. Not all the forms are going to be something that you're going to be using to enter data in. You might have saw that there is the startup form, and if you double-click on that, that was that form that's telling you that this is a sample database that you can learn Microsoft Access. So right here, we notice that this form is more of just a visual for you to display information. It's not anything you really interact with, that's just pressing OK and closing it. And it also opens up the main switchboard, and we can close that too. Reports are our next object, and a report is formatted to present data from a table or a query. So you can use reports to print or display data in more of a professional or attractive way. Now, reports can also include things like charts or graphs, images, or even other elements to enhance the data's visual appearance. And we'll be talking about those in our next video. Right now, we're going to really be focusing today on tables. Now, let's take a look at our next two objects. One's called macros, one is called modules. So macros is a set of actions that can be performed automatically, right? So it's kind of like a workflow. You can use macros to automate common or repetitive tasks, such as maybe opening a form or running a query or printing a report. And also macros can be triggered by events such as clicking a button or opening a certain database, right? So when we first opened up this file, you saw that automation where it opened up the startup page. So that can be looked at as a macro. Modules, on the other hand, well, modules are a collection of VBA code. VBA code is Visual Basics for Applications, and it's Microsoft's coding language. It's a code that can be executed by Access. You can write custom functions with it. You can use procedures or perform more complex or specific operations. So they're a little more powerful than macros. And modules can also be created with event-driven programs that respond to usually user actions or even system events. Now, if you do see pages, once again, I said this in a previous section, but you'll see reports and usually pages is there. Well, a page was a feature in Access that allowed you to create web pages with the data from your database, but it's no longer supported by Microsoft. It's actually been replaced by other tools like Access Web Apps, or you might have heard of Power BI, right? Business intelligence tools. So that's why pages aren't really popular, and Microsoft kind of did away with them. So therefore, we're not going to use pages. You can safely remove it from your database. Simply right-click on it once again, and then you can select delete, and it'll delete it out. It will not affect the rest of your database. But those are the main objects we're going to be going over in this series for Microsoft Access. So make sure you have this. You take a look at all the data in there. If you see anything that's a little out of order, or maybe you saw something that I have that you didn't have, no worries. I just deleted this out because I was playing around with this data before. So the next thing we're going to talk about is our first Access object, which is tables. I want to just take you through a couple of tables and showcase a couple of really cool things that tables can do. So in Access, you'll see the list of tables. Remember, click the caret if you don't see them. And let's say we want to open up, customers. We open that up. You'll see that we get customer ID, a little cutoff, and we get a ton of other information. And it pretty much looks like, well, Excel, right? We have our rows, we have our columns going across. At the bottom left-hand corner, we see how many records there are. There's 91 rows in this case. And also, you may notice that this table comes in its own window here. What you're going to want to do with this is you can either just move it around, you can have multiple windows open, multiple tables. But if you click on the little expand button, right, you can expand and lock the table into the view. Now, up in the top right-hand corner, you'll see two sets, right? You'll see this one set is pertaining to the table. This one's pertaining to the actual Access application. Now, one of the big differences between something like Access as opposed to Excel or Smartsheet or even Google Sheets is that these tables have relationships in them. And you may notice that little icon where we can drill down on information. Now, before we drill down on the info, I do want to see the rest of my customer ID. So if you notice anything squished up, very similar to Excel, like if this was a little more squished and you're missing some of the data, you can go to the top left-hand corner here. And this will, once you click on it, select all the data in the table. And then you can go between each one or any one that you like. And once you get that left and right arrow, you can double click and it will auto adjust the column width for you, which is nice. Now we can go to customer ID and you'll see here that we have a ton of little plus icons. This is because of relationships in Access, which we'll talk about in a moment. But for now, if you click that little plus icon, you can actually drill down on the data. So if I click the little plus icon, it then brings me from the customer's information to the order that they placed. And if I click on the order ID, once again, you can expand this. That way we can see everything. If you click on the little plus sign here, it expands it to what products were in that order. So there's a relationship between the customer table, the order details, and also the products detail. Now, if you want to close that back up, you're more than welcome to. Just click the little close icons there, and we're good to go. So once again, this is due to relationships that we're going to talk about in a second. So if you go to any other table, like let's say we did employees, they'll say little plus signs there too. So you have the employee and what sort of orders and who their customer were in that order. And then also maybe orders table has that too. Now we just opened up 3 tables. If you want to close them out or, resize them or anything, you're more than welcome to. Remember, you can always go to the top right-hand corner and click the little X icon. That way you can close out that table. So I'll close out that table. Once you make any changes to like the layout, you're not actually affecting the data, but you're affecting like the column width that we just did. You could say yes, so you don't have to do it each time you open the table. I'll close this one too, and close this one. And I'll say, do you want to save changes to the following objects, customers, and orders? You can say yes. We didn't make any big changes. Or you can say no to all. And that just will bring it back to whatever the default was. So let's see how these relationships were formed between these tables though. See, when we're talking about data like this and they have relationships, you have to either build them, right? By going to the database tools and going to relationships. So click on database tools, go to relationships. And you can either build them by clicking and dragging, or if your naming convention is pretty amazing, the relationship will be created automatically. And then you can pick and choose what kind. So you can move these around, you can make them bigger, smaller, see all of the different columns that are in each table. And I just want to show you what would happen if there was no relationship, right? Let's do, for instance, let's try this one. So we have the order details with the orders. As of right now, if we go back to the table, we can use the little plus symbol to drill down on the orders, right? So if I go to orders table real quick and I click the little plus symbol, it then goes and it shows me the products. Or if I go to order details and I click, right, it'll show me the products. So I really do like the fact that we can create relationships and then we can drill down on data. But what happens if you delete a relationship? Let's say between order details, order ID, and orders order ID, right? There is a relationship on that. If you right click, you can even edit the relationship and save order ID, order ID. So I'm going to stop the enforce referential integrity on that and just click OK. We'll talk about that a little later. If this doesn't delete for you, we'll do a different example, but I did set it up so that we watch out deleting our data, but let's see what it does. Okay, it deleted it. So if you do have to do that extra step, feel free. Now that I deleted that, if I go back into, let's say, the order details, you'll see that plus symbol is no longer there. Or if you go into orders, that plus symbol is not there, right? And that's because we just took the relationship out. If we reconnect the relationship, then the symbols will reappear. So if I drag, and it doesn't matter which way, you could drag from this way, or you can drag from this way. It'll create that relationship. I'll click create. And then if I open up, let's say order details again, or orders, that's where our relationship was, we can now drill down again. So on the orders table, that's where our relationships allow us to drill down. So try that one out. So once again, if you delete this relationship by right-clicking delete, and then you go to orders, nothing shows up here. But if you reconnect that relationship by clicking and dragging, click OK, and you go to orders, then you'll see the plus sign where we can drill down on the data again, and it shows us the products, which is pretty cool. That's really important. That's something that Excel doesn't do, or even Smartsheet, or even Google Sheets. So try that out real quick. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about queries. The next type of access object is going to be our queries. So you can just close out if you had the relationships. Make sure you have it formed again. We definitely want this relationship. And then close out the relationships window. You can choose to keep the layout. Once again, it's only talking about the layout of you moving things and resizing things. So you could say yes. Now, one of the things in Access is that any changes you make like for instance, creating those relationships or taking away, those autosave. So you don't have to worry about it. You'll even see right now there's no way to save anything because it automatically saved for us. But when it's asking you to save the layout, it's just talking about the things that you moved around or resized. And I typically say yes on those because I don't want to have to constantly go in and resize them. The next access object, though, we're going to talk about are queries. So once again, we have all our different queries here that were pre-created, and you can click into any of those. For instance, click into like invoices, double click, you can resize the window. And it looks very similar to a table, right? But it's actually coming from multiple tables, this information. And the way that I know this is if you go over to your datasheet view. Right now if you go to the Home tab and you go to the first command group, which is the views, you can switch between different views in your queries. Right now we're in what's known as the datasheet view, where we're just seeing the data in a sheet. You also have what's known as SQL view, where you can see the SQL code that's built while you're creating these queries. So if you do know any type of SQL coding language, you can actually just write this code out and build out queries from code. Or they have a really awesome view called the design view. So if you don't know SQL coding, that's okay. You don't have to use or know SQL code, also known as low code, by using the design view, because design view is a low code. So you don't need to know how to actually code SQL to create your queries. So I'm going to go over to the design view, and you'll see here, and you can also resize all of this if you like. You'll see the different relationships, all the tables that are being used in this query. We have quite a few of them, like products, order details, employees, orders, and all the relationships are there. So right now, this query uses 6 different tables. And you can now pick and choose what you want from each table that would make sense. And that's what creates your query. Okay? Now, you can also use different things like code filters. So right now, if I click run, it's going to bring me back to my datasheet view, and I'll see everything. Right now, let's say we want to, I don't know, maybe I just want to look at all the countries from Sweden. So I can go back to my design view, and under the ship country, under criteria, and we'll talk more about this in detail when we get to our next video. But for this one, ship country is going to be the criteria that we want. So I simply want to see everything from Sweden. So all you have to do is go into the ship country column here and go to the criteria view right here. And you're going to put into the ship country criteria row what you want. We want Sweden. So just under ship country, click into criteria row, type in Sweden. Case sensitivity doesn't matter here. So you could do all capitals, all lowercase, capitalize Sweden. And when we run this, now we're only looking at Sweden. No other countries here. So we have about 89 results. And this is a way that we can start to run queries and look at certain pieces of data, which is pretty cool. Now, if we wanted to, we can go back once again, right? We're going to go to Dropdown, go to Design View, and we can get rid of Sweden. Now, if you do know any type of, and I'll run that again, by the way, and now we're seeing all 2053 records. If you do know how to code SQL though, so for those of you that are just coming to learn Access now, but you know SQL code, you can write your code. So for instance, if I want to see maybe just USA, or if I want to see Sweden again, this time I'll use SQL view. And at the bottom here, after the from clause, I'm going to press enter. I'm going to write where clause. The where clause is a filtering system in SQL. And then I can reference the table name in the column I want. So I want the orders table, the ship country column. So I'll say orders dot ship country, all in one, ship country, no spaces there, equal to, and then we can put Sweden. Or maybe this time we want to do USA. Try USA. Just like that. And when I click run, you could say, okay, just make sure you put your semicolon at the end there, just right there, and remove it from the top one here. And now we're only looking at USA, so 336. So yeah, I mean, for those of you that don't know SQL code, you're probably thinking, well, Joe, I really don't want to do that, right? I don't want to have to write the where clause and order ship. I don't know any of that. You could do it this way, or you could just take all of this out, right? And run it again. And now you see everything, right? Or we could have just went to the design view, which is a little easier. Go to ship country and type USA and then run it. And now we're only looking at USA again. And if you look in your SQL code, right, SQL view, the computer coded it. So it's a little different the way the computer codes it out. The syntax is a little different, but as you saw before, we could do it either this way, or we could have just done it the way I showed you, right? Where we don't need all those parentheses. That's a lot of parentheses in there, so I don't like to use them right away, unless you're gonna create more than one filter, right? So I'll go back to the design view, and if you want to get rid of this again, just backspace it, run again, click the run button, and it brings back everything, all 2053. So 2 ways to do the same thing, right? You can either use the SQL view if you know SQL code, and you can write out your where clause, or you can use the design view and just simply click into the criteria, choose what you want, and then click run, right? So try out both if you like. If you're like, I really don't want to do the SQL part, you don't have to. Just do design view then. But try it out. And then when we come back, we're going to get into forms. The next object type we're going to talk about is forms. So I'm just going to close out this query right here and give that a click. If you want to save the design changes, it's totally up to you. I'll just click no on this one. And then I'm going to close out that queries tab. And let's take a look at forms. So as I said before, forms are pretty awesome in terms of being able to visualize our data in a meaningful way and being able to enter in the data. So you'll see here there's quite a few different forms that were pre-created. Let's just take a look at a couple of them. Let's take a look at the customer phone number and open up that form. You'll see here the form showcases sort of like a little table and also a little index here that we can search through so we can get to the J's if there were any. Let's see, D, B, P. And it brings us to all the contacts, and you can also click the button for all. So they're very interactive and great way to display information or even enter in information. So let's take a look at one that enters in information. Let's look at orders. So these are really nice. This is where we can print an invoice. So we can choose who we're billing to, and then we can pull the invoice out. Just like that. So this is pretty cool. You click, it puts in the person's address, their trip to, who the sales rep was. Once again, these are all the different ways to click. Now, once you're clicking into these fields, by the way, it is changing the raw data. So if you click on this person's name and you change your salesperson in the data, it would do that too. If I change this person's order to be United or Federal, it'll change it in the data set. So these are not only ways to enter data, but also manipulate data. Let's also take a look at ones like startup form, which is that welcome form we showcased before. So if we click on startup, this is just to display information, same as our customer phone list where we're just displaying information with some buttons. So forms can be displaying information, entering data, or even a way to navigate like main switchboard. So if I want to go look at the products information, it'll pull up the products form. Or if I look at the orders form, it brings back that form from before, or suppliers. You'll see they have some really cool like little background images you can use. There's all different types. So we can use forms to enter and manipulate data. We can use them to display information like the startup form, or we can use them as a way of navigation. and we could just close that out. We'll talk about how we can create forms in our other video, and we'll probably get to forms and also being able to create reporting as well. But take a look at some of these forms, and then we'll also look at our reports coming up next. So reports are a great way to display information, right? And there's a couple of really nice ones here. Let's take a look at, no, let's do the invoice form. Let's take a look at that one. So this is a really nice form right here where we can take a look at all of the invoices. So what products we're selling, who this person is, where we're shipping it to and billing it to. And we can even click on the bottom left-hand corner to go to the next page with everyone else's information. So I can even navigate my other pages. And if you want to click into just quickly zoom in, see the information, and then click back out, you can. And this is a great way to just grab the information from our tables or queries and then put them right into a form or even a report and then quickly print them out. So it all works hand in hand, right? Tables, you have all the data in the tables. You then query the data that makes sense to you. Things like the person's address, their orders, their products that they ordered. And then we can create forms to also enter in that data or manipulate it. And then we can use reports to actually pull it out into a nice little report, something like an invoice, right? Let's take a look at another one too. By the way, you can go to the last one. So if you click on this little arrow, we can go to the last page and see how many invoices we have, 191, which makes sense because that's how many orders we have. And then we can go to the first page if we wanted to. So each one, some of them are 2 pages long, some of them are just 1 page long. Then we can close this out. You can, this time, since it's a report, it's going to be put in a print preview mode. And you can close it out by clicking Close Print Preview. It's a little different than like forms or queries or tables. I'll just give that a click. Let's take a look at another one. Let's do sales by year report. That one looks good. Double click. And right away, you're going to see this little dialog box pop up. Since it's asking us sales by year, we have to tell it, well, what year do we want? So I want to look at all of 1997. So the beginning date looks good, January 1st. The end date looks great, December 31st. We're going to show the details if we want to, and then we'll click OK. And it creates this awesome looking form. Once again, you can click into it. Let's see, we have page 1 of 13, so there's 13 pages here. How many orders in each quarter. This is really awesome information here. So this report is a great way to take a look at how many orders did we ship per quarter? How much should we make in sales? What were the actual order dates or the ship dates or the IDs of the order? How much was it in each sale? So once again, we can close that out. And if you want to click on it again, then we can change it. Maybe I want to look at 98 this time. So I'm going to choose 98 and then click OK. And it looks like we only had 2 quarters in 98. So our data only goes 2 quarters in to the year of 1998. But once again, some really awesome looking information here. So play around with some of these, take a look. There's quite a few reports. You can look at the list of products. This one's a really fun one. You can take a look at all your products, what the units are, the category name, all our food products here. And there's about 5 pages of this, or catalog. This is a nice little fall catalog here. So you can make catalog entries here, which is pretty cool. We can look at the product ID, the product name. People could choose what they want to order. So there's quite a few different ones. Take a look at some of them. Remember, close print preview to actually close it out. And then we'll go over macros and modules next. The next object we're going to talk about in Access are macros. Now, once again, a macro is a set of actions that can be performed automatically by Access. So you can use these macros to automate things like repetitive tasks. And you'll see here that inside of our objects, we have a couple of macros that were pre-created for us. Now, if you double click on it, nothing's really going to happen here because once again, it's just going to happen on the back end. It's just a bunch of tasks. So if I double click, nothing's really doing anything there. But if you want to take a look at them, let's right click on sample auto keys. And we can either click run, which once again, nothing is going to really happen at this point, or we can right click and go to design view, and we could take a look at the actual macro. Now, you'll see here that it'll tell you this runs automatically when you open the database. So that's pretty cool. Automatically opens up the database and runs this macro. Now, the macro here, it says run the customer phone list, print macro when Control P is pressed. And you'll see here that the macro name, customer phone list, print, and then repeat. Now you can add other options here or actions. And if you click the drop down, you'll see a lot of them. We have if, right? We can use if this, if that, if then, right? And do a conditional expression there. We can also, I'm just going to exit that one out. We can also add in things like find a record, and then we can choose what to find. So there's a ton of awesome little prompts here that we can start to use in different actions. So they have a ton of them, whether we want to open up a certain form. So say, okay, which form do you want to open? So it's pretty awesome. This is actually something that the sample auto keys comes up. So if you remember, and I'll click no on that, when it automatically opened up that form for us when we started up, it automatically started this by the use of a macro. Now we're going to get into macros and modules a lot later in the session here for access, but it's good to know what they do. And once again, they are a way to automate steps that can be repetitive or common tasks that you don't really just want to do on your own, so you create a macro for it. The next thing we're going to talk about is modules. And if you remember, a module is a collection of VBA code. So VBA, Visual Basic for Applications code, is the programming language or coding language for Microsoft. So if you just close out the macros and you open up modules, you'll see we have two of them here. They have a startup and a utility functions. If you double click on startup, it's actually going to open up our Visual Basic Applications editing tool. So if you've done any sort of VBA in like Excel or Outlook or Word or PowerPoint, you probably have seen this before. Now, this is the code for the startup, and you'll see that we have option compare database, and then you'll see the line underneath. Everything in green is going to be just a note to yourself, and then this is the actual code. You'll see there's some if statements in here, if else, and we'll go over a couple of these different codes later on in the series here, but take a look at some of this. And yeah, each line represents a separate code. We have here this main switchboard code. It's to close the form, so close the startup form, used an onClick property for OK. So do command.close, do command.open form. I have quite a few of them, right? So remember, those are going to be written to create either custom functions or procedures, and they just simply perform complex or specific operations, and they're a little more complex than just a simple macro, so we create the modules. All right, so I'm going to close this out, and you can also close this window out as well. Nothing's going to be changed there, and you can close this, and that is all of our different objects that we're going to go over for today. Now we're going to jump in to our next section, which is going to be all about tables. All right, I'm going to show you how we can create tables from scratch, how we can manipulate tables, everything about tables we're going to go over, and then also building relationships. So before we get into creating our own tables and opening up a fresh Microsoft Access file, what we want to do is take a look at the things we can do in the table view, right? Things like data entry or deleting data, or even just updating data. So I'm going to open up the employees table here, give it a double click, and you'll see here, once again, we have our employee data, 9 records. We can drill down on the data, see which employees are working with which customers, even click down to see each customer's products that they ordered. And let's say that I just want to simply update something. So I'm going to go to this first one, and it's as simple as clicking in there, backspace and whatever's in there, and you'll see the little editing tool right there. So it's got this little pencil icon, if you could tell, and we can start to just type in whatever we want. So type in your last name or whatever you like here. I'm just going to type in my last name again, or I could type in just some random name. Let's do Joe. And when I click away, it auto-saves it. So once again, remember that in Access, a lot of things are auto-saved, especially when working in tables. You can also add yourself to the table. You'll see at the bottom here, we have the new. Now, before I do that, you'll notice that some of my headers are squished in. Remember, you can always click on the little left-hand corner there, double click, make everything look pretty. That way I know exactly what I'm entering in here. And what I'm going to do is just click into new, and you don't have to put anything for the employee ID. That's actually auto-populated, but we can put in the last name. I'm going to put in my name. You can press the tab key to go over. I really like that. Put in my name. Just pick something. Maybe I'm the CEO. Mr. Put in a birthday. I don't mind which date you put. Let's just select a random date. You can also enter it in if you don't want to have to use the actual calendar system here. So I'll just put in something like this. When was I hired? I don't know. Maybe I was hired 10 years ago to the date. Why we keep it simple? And then address. Maybe I'm in, let's just do San Francisco. Put in whatever code you want. And I'll just put in USA. You don't have to fill everything out, but there we go. We now have a employee at the bottom here that's added. Now you might be wondering why it says 11 and not 10. That's because I probably was messing around with this data previously and, and added, because anytime you delete, for instance, if I want to delete this now, I can just select the entire row, press delete. It's going to say, are you sure you want to do this? Okay, of course. Yeah. Now I deleted it, but if I add someone else now, myself again, you'll notice it's now a 12. So it doesn't refresh. If you did want to refresh, there is a way. We'll talk about that a little later. But yeah, now I'll just put in some fake data again. And then I'll delete that out once more. And you just have to simply click on the entire row and press the delete key and then confirm. So try out a couple of those things on your own there. And then when we get back, we will get into being able to sort our tables and also filter our tables. So now we're going to talk about sorting and filtering. Now, you'll see up top, if you go over to your Home tab, we actually have options under the sort and filter command group. And you'll see here filtering, and then you'll see some sorting options. So you'll notice that there's two types, right? We have ascending and we also have descending order. So we can quickly use those two buttons and click into whichever column we want. And you'll notice that it doesn't matter which row you're in. You'll see what column you're in by the yellow highlight there. And let's say maybe I just want to sort this by first name. So I'll click ascending order, and there we go, sorting it by first name. We can also sort it in descending order. Doesn't really matter which one we choose. And then once we're done with the sort, we have this button here called Remove Sort. So that Remove Sort button is going to help us out. We'll give it a click, and we're back to normal in our employee ID sequential order. So that's one way to sort. Another way to sort is you'll notice that on our column headers here, we have our little drop downs. And if you click on that drop down, we get our filtering options, and then we get our sorting options. And once again, these two buttons are identical to the sort and filter buttons up top here. So both the same thing. We'll give that a click, right? So we could sort this by title, A to Z, or maybe Z to A. And if we want to remove it, we can either say clear filter from title, or we could just go up here and remove sort. So whichever one that you like. I'll click remove sort, and we're back. Now, besides being able to sort, we also have the option to filter. And we're going to talk about filtering right now. You can click into that little filter option, and it's going to open up the filter pane. It's the same exact thing as just clicking on a little drop down, and we get the same identical thing. So whether you click on filter here or you click on filter here, it doesn't matter. Now, this is our most default filter that we can use. We can start to filter for whoever we want. Maybe I only want to see sales representatives. So I'll click the drop down. You can either deselect everything and choose sales reps, or you can just deselect each thing except for sales reps. And when I click OK, now I'm only looking at my sales representatives. So you can see here that our filter is pretty simplistic, but we do have more advanced ways too. And one of my favorite things about the filter and access is that you can toggle it on and off. So if you're like, wait, how many people did I have in employees? Oh, 9. Okay. Then I can go back to toggle filter, and it'll toggle that last filter that I applied. So I can click on it again. I'm like, oh, okay, I have 6 sales reps. And then click it off. I have 9 employees altogether. Now, right over here on the drop-down, you'll also see that we have the ability to select or filter based on the column. And these are comparison operators like equals, does not equal, equal to, between, greater than, all those fun things. So if you click into any of these, let's say I only want to see cities that are from London, I can go to selection, and now you'll see equals London, does not equal London, contains London, because I'm actually clicked on London. If I was clicked on Redmond and I went to selection, now it's talking about Redmond. So wherever you're selected is what you're affecting. So maybe I just want to see London. I'm going to go to selection, contains London. Now look how cool that is, right? And then I could toggle that off and back on. Now we do also have advanced filters. So if you go to the filters, you'll see we can clear all the filters. That clears the toggle now, so you can't use that toggle on or off. Clears it fully. And we can filter by form. And if you give that a click, it's going to open up here, and you're able to now choose what you want to filter from. For instance, I'll go here and I'll select Sales Manager. And then I can toggle the filter. And now I'm only looking at the Sales Manager. Or I toggle it off again, and it brings back everything. I could go back to Advanced, clear all filters. Let's do that again, but this time we'll filter. And let's filter for US, the USA. And when I toggle the filter, you always got to click toggle afterwards. You'll see now that it's toggling it to USA only. And then we could toggle the filter off or back on. So that's a fun one. That's filter by form. We also have apply filter / sort. Now, that's not going to really do anything right now. Of course, if I go to advanced, apply the filter, nothing's happening because, well, I don't have anything that I'm filtering by. You do also have advanced filters and sorting, which will bring you into, once again, that kind of look like the design view. And then we can go in and we could choose what we want to filter out. Maybe, once again, I just want to see the country, and the criteria would be USA. And then I can toggle that filter, and it's only showing me USA. And then I can toggle it off. So you can do many different ways. Filter by form, apply filter or sort. You'll see now it's applying it, or advanced filter or sort. And that will bring you back here. And you can always go back to advanced. Pretty much applying the filter or sort is the same exact thing as just clicking on the toggle filter. 2 ways to do the same thing, right? So it's up to you on if you just want to click apply, and it applies it, or if you toggle. You'll notice that there's other types of filters too. It's not just, and you can go to advanced first before we talk about this and clear all the filters. But if you want, when you click on the dropdown, let's say I'm in this first name field, right? A first name is what? It's a string of text or just characters. And if you click the dropdown, you'll see we have what's known as text filters, and we have comparison operators again. If we go over to a date and we want to filter dates, we have date filters, right? This month, last year, this quarter. And we have a ton of different ones we can choose in the past, in the future. And then if it's just a number, let's see, we might not have a number here, but Oh, maybe the extension would be nice. If you click on extension, it's still put in as number filters. That's okay. Let's see if we have a good example here. Text filters. Maybe in our IDs, we have something for number. Oh, there they are. Number filters, right? So if it's a numerical value, it's going to be number filters. And then you have your comparison operators. If it's a text value, you have text filters, and you can use those. And then, of course, if it's just simply a date, we have date filters, right? So try out all these filters. There's so many of them, a lot of fun. Try sorting, filtering, manipulating the data any way that you like. And when we come back, we're going to actually close out this file, Northwind, and we're going to create our tables from scratch. It's going to be a lot of fun. Next thing we're going to do here is create a table. And we're going to be using the blank database template. But just take a moment here to see that we do have access to other templates, right? You can click into more templates. And by the way, if your startup screen looks a little different than mine, it's probably because you have a varied version, right? So you could have a different version than I do. I'm running 365. No worries. You should still have access to templates. You could give that a click, and you can see all the pre-existing templates that Microsoft created for us. Now we're going to be using the blank database. So I'm going to click on that one, or you go back home and click on blank database. And when you do click on the blank database, it's going to prompt you to just simply name it. Right? So we're going to name this Access Fun. And I usually don't do any spaces. This is just a standard in dealing with database language. So typically, anytime you create any type of column or field or database, you don't put a space. Otherwise, you'd have to do an underscore, because that's just the way that the syntax and formatting works with database. So I'm going to just call it Access Fun, all one word, and then I'm going to click Create. Now, by default, we get one table. And in this table, we have one ID, right? This column is called ID, and it's also marked as the primary key. So in our view, right now we're given the data sheet view. We could go to design view, and it's going to automatically ask you to name the table, right? It's going to prompt you to name it. So I'm going to go, and we can name this anything we want. Let's actually call this table employees. We're going to create an employees table and click OK. Now, once again, the first column that you get is called ID. And you'll see the little key there. You'll see it's called ID, and it also has a data type, right? Now, every single time you create a table, it comes with this first column. It's usually called ID, and then we could change that, and it's marked as a primary key. Now, a primary key can be turned on or off. You can either right-click on it and just deselect primary key, and now it's no longer, or you could click on the column, and up top, under your table design tab, you'll see the tools, and you'll see primary key, and you can toggle that on. And then I'll put a little key indicator there. The reason the primary key is important is because it helps us to create the relationships between multiple tables. So every table usually has a key, a primary key, that it can then match up with another table with relative data, and it creates those relationships. All right? So right now we only have one column, and we're actually going to change this ID column to employee ID. So I'm just going to add in employee and then keep it ID, once again, without spacing. Now, this is standard in database naming convention, so I'm not going to put the spacing. And also, I'm going to keep this as a auto-numbered data type. So that just simply means sequential order. Now, let's create another column here next to employee ID, and we're going to call this, let's do first name. That'll be good. So we're going to do first name. And the data type, right? We have a full list of different data types. We have short text, long text. We have number, large number, data time, date time extended, currency, auto number, yes, no, LE or OLE checked, hyperlink, attachment calculated, and lookup wizard. We're going to go through most of these today. All right. So if you're wondering, what should I have this data type be? Well, we're going to make it a short text because really it's just a first name. I don't foresee it being anything more than a short text. But if you don't know what data types are and you're wondering, what do all these other ones mean? There's actually a really cool keyboard shortcut. If you click into the data type and you press the function key 1, so that's that key up top, usually as the F1 through F12. If you press F1 function key 1, you might have to hold down the Fn key also on your keyboard. So once you click on that, it's going to open up the actual data type properties. And we can see all the different data types right here. Now, it used to be that there was text and memo. Those are actually replaced. So text was replaced with short text, and that's in 2013. So if you do have 2013, or maybe you have a previous version, you might still see text instead of short text, but they're the same. Same thing with memo and long text. Memo became long text. So that was replaced once again in 2013, right? And you can also see the size. So short text is up to 255 characters long, and a long text is up to 63,000 characters, almost 64,000. That's a lot. We have numbers for numerical data, right? We have date and time. We have currency. We have auto numbers, which is that sequential number system. Yes or no, which can be evaluated as true or false or on or off. OLE object, right? Objects such as like Microsoft Excel or Word or any type of document that you want to embed. You can do hyperlinks, which can be text or combinations of text. And those can also be hyperlinked to maybe a OneDrive or maybe hyperlinked to an address. You have attachments that supports any type of file. Now, you will see here that it'll even explain attachment fields provide greater flexibility than the OLE object. Because you might be thinking, well, Joe, you just said that OLE object is an Excel file, which it is. But they've then created attachments, and it's a little more, I would say, efficient than the OLE objects. But of course, you could still use them. There's not like a crazy preference there. Lookup wizard, this allows us to create a field that allows us to look up from another table. I'll actually do a couple of these today as well, right? So those are all your different data types, and you can read through, pick which one makes the most sense to you, and I'll just close that out and get back to my Access file. And we're going to now create a couple more, just a couple more columns. Also note that we have the ability not only to come up with a field name and data type, but we can also describe what this field is going to be. If you want to give a description and say, this is just the person's first name, you could do that if you wanted to. I'm not going to use this today because it is optional, and we'll just focus on the fields and data types, but just know that this is available. I'm going to create a couple more columns. Let's do a last name column. And it's going to be defaulted to short text, which is fine. We'll then do, let's do an email. We'll keep that a short text too. Let's do a phone number. And we'll keep that a short text. You're probably wondering why we would keep this a short text. That's because it's 255 characters. And typically a phone number, an example of a phone number would be open parentheses, right? 888, close parentheses, 888, dash symbol 8888. So those parentheses and dash symbols won't work well if we say we want this to be a number or a large number, right? Because a number is a number, parentheses and dashes, those are characters. That's why we're using short text. But we'll get into formatting a little later. Let's do department as well. And department can be a short text. But let's switch up a data type. Let's do one we haven't done. Let's do hire date. And we're going to make that, of course, the date and time, right? Because it's the date. We'll do salary. We'll also add in a number data type here as well. And we'll make that a number. Right, so we have all the different types of columns now. And if I want to go back now to just see what my table is going to look like, I can go over to the view right? We can either find the view in the Home tab and click on View, or we can be in Table Design tab and click on View. And when we do that, we can go to Datasheet View. It'll say you must save the table first, of course. We'll click Yes. Now we have employee ID, first name, last name, right? And it looks perfect. So all we've done so far is created a table from scratch. We've created our columns now with the data types for those columns. When we come back, we're going to talk about field properties. So how we can choose the size or caption properties, default values, all the different things that we can go into for our field properties. Now that we have our column fields, what we're going to do next is go into the field properties and change different things and manipulate the field settings. Things like the amount of characters we can have in each field, or even the way that we write it. Instead of having it first name with no space, we can actually fix those things. So the first thing we're going to do is head over to the View command here, and we're going to switch this back into our design view. So you'll see when you click into each field name, like first name, down at the bottom, we get field properties. And this is where we could change things like the size or the amount of characters. We can put in a formatting. So how do we want it to look? Maybe we want to format it like a currency. We have input mask. We're going to talk about input masks for quite a while, so we'll hold off on that one. And then we have caption. Caption is a way to rewrite. So for instance, it says first name here without a space. If we don't want to display it like that in our table, we can use the caption. So let's go through some of these. First off, for the first name, I don't think it's going to be 255 characters. It's a name. So you might want to change that to 50. Right? And then we can force people to put in up to 50 characters. If we give them up to like 255, then they can start writing whatever they want, maybe even a paragraph. So this is why you like to use different field sizes. The next one is going to be our caption. This is where we can label the field differently. So instead of it being first name without a space, we're going to make it first name with a space. We can even put a default value, right? And we'll talk about how we can force using, let's say, the hire date, and we can put a default value in there for the hire date. We'll get into our input masks and also creating custom input masks, right? But let's go through right now and just change up some of the sizing and the captions for each. So for the first name, we know it's a short text. It's going to be 50, and we're going to say first name there. We can also choose that it's required. So under required, right now it's saying it's not required, so they can move on without entering the data. We're going to change this to yes by just typing in yes, just like that. So now our first name is all set up. It's forcing 50 characters. It's going to have a different label, and we require it to be filled out. We're going to do this with last name too. So click into that, change the field size to 50. The caption is going to be a last name with a space, and we're going to require it. And that looks amazing. Now, when we get into email, we have to put something a little different here, right? Because at the moment, we have our short text. That looks good. But an email is probably 25 characters long. It's not that long. But another thing we have to talk about is being able to create masks. Now, input masks allow for us, once again, to create some sort of pattern or some sort of forced formatting, right? So for instance, for an email, I may want to put in, I don't know, maybe at company.com, something like that. So what we can do is when you click into input mask, you can actually press the function 1 key, just like we did before. So we can use F1 to get more information about the input mask, right? So if you click into input mask, you can press F1. It's going to open up, and now we have the input mask property for access. Now we're going to be using the text box input mask property because that's what we're talking about, our text. And you'll see all the different syntax for it. So it'll tell you, for instance, the characters. A 0, well, a 0 means it's required, right? 0 to 9 entry is required. So you can enter in a digit. This would be really great when we start talking about our phone numbers. We can choose what's required or not. And then underneath we have 9. 9 represents an optional, right? So you can put in a digit or a space, but it's optional. It's not required. You have pounds, you have question mark. Question mark means a letter A to Z, and it's optional, right? So this one's going to work really well for us, especially for our email, because we want them to be able to put in an email, but it's optional. So another thing here that I want to look at is maybe I want everything in the email to be lowercase. So if you put in a greater than or less than sign, you can either convert it to lowercase or uppercase. So let's try this out. The first thing I want to do is I'm going to exit out of this. And for our email, I want to give them the option to put in as many characters, but I want them to be lowercase. So I'm going to use that, right? Less than. And then I'm going to use a ton of question marks just like that. So I give them optional spacing if they need to write out maybe their name, dot, last name, whatever they need. After this, I'm going to put in quotes, what? And then the domain, which would be company.com. And then you can close those quotes. So all we're telling the system right now is that when you go into an email, if we bring it back to data sheet view, we'll save the table. When you go into email, it now gives all that spacing and then at company.com. That way they can write in their email, and then they can also have the domain already existing, which is going to help them out so they don't have to type in the whole thing or say, what's the domain? It already has it there as a placeholder. For the caption, we'll keep it because email is one word, there's no space, so we don't have to worry about putting captions for the rest of these. But let's talk about phone number next, right? Phone numbers, we're going to use input masks as well. So for the phone number is typically no longer than 10 digits, but you might want to count for the parentheses or dashes. So we'll put 20 field size. It's going to still stay a short text, but this time for the input mask, we're actually going to use what's known as the input mask wizard. And you can access this by clicking the 3 dots. You'll see when you click in the input mask, you get 3 dots over here on the right, and that's going to open up our wizard. And it'll say you have to save the table, click yes, and it's going to open up and say input mask wizard. Now they already have pre-existing masks in here, things like phone numbers, social security, passwords. So they have a ton of different placeholders here, and you can even try it out by clicking in and seeing what it looks like. So it just gives them a structure or guide to actually write their phone number. Now we're going to choose phone number and click next. And you'll notice that those numbers from before show up. 999, zeros. Remember that the 9s mean they don't have to put in the area code, it's optional, and the zeros mean you're required to put in those numbers. If you want to require all of it, you would just simply change those 9s to zeros, like that. And then you can try it out. You can even choose the placeholder character if you wanted to. Maybe you don't want it to be underlines. Maybe you want it to look like, pound signs. So it looks like that. I actually like the pound signs. It's not horrible. Maybe even, yeah, that looks good. Well, that looks like it's kind of hidden. So maybe the pound signs look a little better as a placeholder. And that looks very great. Now I'm going to click next. It's going to ask us how we want to store the data. Do we want it to actually include the symbols or without? Usually when you store data, you don't want parentheses or dashes. Maybe you just want it to be numerical. So that's why they give you the option here. In most databases, when you store things like phone numbers or social security numbers, they don't have the dashes or the parentheses in them. So totally up to you. I'm going to click next and then finish. So our phone number is all set up. It looks great. The next one is going to be department. And this one's going to be a little easier. We're going to make it 50 size. So allow for 50. But for this one, let's actually use the default value, right? We haven't done that one yet. Default value can be the value that's already in there.
Let's say that there's a lot of sales reps that we're entering into the data set, and there's rarely anyone else. Well, then it'd be really a smart idea to put sales, right? That way, when you're in the table, and we'll save that, it already has sales in there. If you need to change it, you can. But since we're mostly putting in employees in the sales department, it's one less thing we have to fill out. So it's a good idea to sometimes use that default value. The next one is the hire date. And this is where, once again, we're going to use the default value, but we're going to use it a little differently. For the hire date, you will notice there is no character size because it's already formatted as a date. So you'll see date and time. What we can do here, though, is we can choose to change the default value. And we're going to, once again, click those three dots next to the default value. That's going to open up what's known as the expression builder. And this builder is going to help us to default to today's date. That way we don't always have to go look at the date and enter it in. Whenever we enter in an employee, it automatically will capture the date. So this is going to help us out a lot. So the first thing we're going to do here, and by the way, if you want to change the caption to hire date, you can. I just noticed the space. So after we do our builder, we'll then change that as well. So for this one, once you're in the builder, you have your functions. So if you've ever used functions before in like Excel or Google Sheets, this is the same thing. We have built-in functions that Microsoft determined for us, and you can see all these different ones here in categories like date and time. And the one that we want to use is going to be known as the date, and it just returns the system's date. Now you could use another one known as now, and that's going to return the system date and time. All right, but I just want the date, so I'm going to use date, double click, and that's it. We can click OK. And whenever we now fill out the table, you'll have to save. It'll automatically have the date for that entry. Pretty cool. Okay. And the last thing I might want to do there is just change the caption to hire date with a space. That way, now you'll see when we switch over, they all look really nice. The last thing you can do here is just simply make sure your captions are done, make sure you have your masks in, take a look at different default properties, but take a moment to try this out. And then once you do that, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create one more column. We're going to call it referral. And I want to just showcase how we can use the lookup wizard. So we're going to use a different data type that we haven't used yet. So after salary, I want you to put in referral. So we're going to see if there's a referral. Was this person referred? Were they not referred? And then we can choose for the data type. This time, we can choose yes, no. And what this yes, no does is it actually creates a checkbox. So if you go back over to the data view after saving, you'll see the little checkbox. You can either check it, which is going to be true or yes, or uncheck it, which is false or no. What we could also do is we can choose to create a lookup for the department. So the yes and no is great, but when we go back to the department field, you saw how the default value was sales. What happens instead if I want to create a drop-down list for the department column instead of just sales? Maybe I want sales, research, IT, and maybe development too. So for this, we're going to use what's known as the lookup wizard. And that lookup, I'm just going to take out that default value, is going to be right next to general. So where we've been in the field properties, but right next to it. You'll see that the display control is right now a text box, which is fine. But what we want to do is we can now go in and update this and make it a list. Right? So when I click into list, now it's a list box and it's asking me what we want to put in here. So the row source is going to be whatever that list is. Now, you can show the row source type. It's a table or a query. We could click the drop down and then choose whatever we want. But for this one, I'm going to say it's going to be a value list, and we're going to put in what we want our values to be. So I'm going to say, let's do what I just said, sales. And we could separate each entry by a comma. Let's also do research. Let's do, what did I say? IT and development. And now we have a nice box here that tells us value list. It's a list box, and it's going to show us the source of that list. And when we go back now, what we can do is go to view after you save. And if you click in the dropdown, we now have sales, research, IT, or development. Pretty cool. Now there is a wizard for this so that you don't have to do it on your own. So if you wanted to, you can do a lookup on your own, right? But I typically like to create them from going into the lookup field like that. But it's totally up to you. If you wanted to change the default value, right? And then you click the little wizard, you can do a list or a lookup. But for me, I just like going into the lookup and doing it this way. So try that out on your own. And then when we come back, we're going to get into creating more tables. Now, before we go into creating more tables, once again, remember, we just did that lookup for department, which is really nice. But if you were like, I do want to use the wizard, the way you would do this is just by clicking on the data type and choosing the lookup wizard. This is going to open up the wizard. You can either get the fields from values from another table, or you could tell it, I'll type in what I want. And then you'll just simply start typing in the values. And then you'll put the label, department, and then you'd finish. But we already did that on our own. So if you like the lookup the way we did it this way, you're more than welcome to, where you just choose value list, put in your source. Or if you want to click on the dropdown and use the lookup wizard, you could. 2 ways to do the same thing. What we're going to get into next is creating more tables. So I'm just going to save this table. This table looks good. And we're going to create another table. So let's go over to the Create tab, and we're going to click on Table. Now, once we click on Table, it's going to open up the table, and we're going to go to the Design view, right? And we'll just enter in a couple more tables here. Let's call this table the Projects table. We're going to create the Assignments table as well, and then we'll link them all together. So let's call this table Project, or Projects with an S. And now we're going to build it out just like we did before. I'm going to call this the project ID. And that's going to be that auto number, that sequential number there. I also want the project name. Let's do the project name as a short text. I want the project description. We'll say the start date, and that's going to be a date. We'll do the end date, right? Projects usually have start dates, end dates. And then we'll do the budget. And that'll be a numeric value, a number. Now, of course, feel free to go into each one, and you can do a caption. For instance, project ID, right? Project name. So you're more than welcome to go in on your own and do this. Project name. You can also do it a little quicker just by copying and then pasting and putting a space. If you're a slow typer like me, that's always fun to do. And we have one more. Date and date. Just like that. And I think that looks good. We're not going to get into too many of the field properties in this section, but I'm happy with this table. Let's take a look at it. And of course, you can expand the columns. And this looks great. I'm happy with it. So we have our employees table now. and we have our projects table. We're going to create one more table. It's going to be the assignments table. So let's go to create table. We'll bring it into that design view, and we'll name the table assignments. And for this one, we're going to call this the assignment ID. Let's do the employee ID, the project ID, and also the assignment date. And that's going to be a date. And once again, you can go into each one and change the caption. That way it looks nice on our table. And there we go. And this one's going to be a smaller table. I think those columns are perfect. Let's do the assignment date. Okay. And we'll save that table. Once we go back to the data sheet, I'm going to expand my columns again. And there we go. We now have the employees table, projects table, and the assignments table. So this is looking awesome. Now, the reason why we created these three tables is because we are going to start talking about table relationships. What I want you to really do right now is practice your data entry skills. You're going to go into each table, and I don't mind how many you do. You could do 3 or 4, maybe just 3 on each. I want you to enter in 3 employees. You could use fake names, your friends' names, family names, your name. We're going to use project names, create a couple of fake things, a fake project, a little description, nothing too crazy there. Some start and end dates and a fake budget. And then assignments, you'll put in the employee ID and just do this one with me. The assignments we'll do together because we're going to talk about why we created this assignments table. It's actually got a big purpose. So you can enter in the employees and the projects, but for now, just enter in the same IDs as me. So the first ID, we're just going to keep it in sequential order. We're going to do 1, and this project is going to be 1. And let's just choose a random date. We'll use 05/15/2014. I don't know. Or if you want to do 24, that's fine. Employee ID 2, right? Project ID 2. And let's go with 5/20/2024. And then we'll have 3, project ID 3. And then let's choose 29th. And now this one's going to be something we're going to talk about. So we're going to put employee 1 again, because maybe this employee has multiple projects they're working on. And we're going to put project 2 again. So employee 1 is working on project ID 1. Employee 1 is also working on project ID 2, right? There's 2 people on that one. Once again, we'll talk about that in a moment. And they were assigned this, let's say, the same day as the other person was, so 5/20. And then we can save this. And what I want you to do now is take a moment to fill in employees and projects. Just do 3 on each. That's it. Just 3 employees, 3 projects. And then when we come back, we'll go over why we have this assignments table and how to create table relationships with all of them. Now that we have our tables, we have our employees. I put 3 employees here. We have our projects, 3 projects, and then our assignments we did together. Now that we have this, we may want to start to create relationships within these, right? Like, for instance, what projects are each employee, like John Doe, working on? And we would get that little plus icon we saw from before where we could drill down on our data. Now, before we can create our relationships, if I wanted a relationship between employees and projects, I would have to include an employee ID to the projects table. That way I can assign an employee to each project. But that would get really redundant, right? Because let's say that we had duplicates. Maybe one employee is working on multiple projects. Well, then we would have to write the project multiple times and have each employee in each of those projects. And once again, that can cause a lot of duplications, which we don't want. Which brings us to why we used the assignments table, and we created this table that has both the employee IDs, the project IDs, and the assignment dates. Here we can have multiples, right? So I have the employee ID multiple times here, and I don't mind because it's not really affecting my projects or my employees. So the assignments table is known as a junction table, and this table will help us to link the other two tables together. For now, let's just create a relationship from employees table to the assignments table. So how do we do that? If you remember, we went into database tools, and in that tab, that's where you'll find relationships, and we're going to give that a click. So once I click on relationships, I will then see my 3 tables here on the side where I can add them by just double clicking on them. So let's add in the employees table, and you'll see it here, or remember we can resize this. And let's click in the assignments table. Now to create the relationship, I'm going to just simply click and drag on the columns that make my relationship. For instance, employee ID is also found here in assignments to employee ID. And what it's going to do is when you click and drag, either way, you could go right to left or left to right, it's going to make that connection and we can create it right away. But before we get into that, I do want to talk about some of the different relationship settings that we see here. So first off, you're going to see these 3, and you'll see enforce referential integrity. What does that mean? Well, this just helps you to keep your data clean and consistent. By enforcing these rules, Access makes sure that your data always makes sense and that there's no broken links between the related tables. And if you try to break these rules, Access will actually stop you. It'll give you an error message. So this just helps you to avoid messing up your data by mistake. The next one is known as Cascade Update Related Fields. And this option helps to maintain the integrity of your data. And it does this by automatically updating related records in child tables when a primary key value is updated in the parent table. So it saves you time, right? And reduces the risk of data inconsistencies that might be caused by manual updates. So if something updates, it'll then update inside of the child as well. Now, the last one is known as Cascade Delete Related Records. This one's a little scary. I'll talk about that in a second. But what it does is it helps maintain integrity of your data by automatically deleting related records in the child table when a primary key record is deleted from the parent table. So if I delete an employee ID from employees, well, then it's going to delete that in assignments too. The scary part about that, though, is we don't want to turn this option on always. I use this option with caution because it can permanently delete data from your database. So if I delete employee ID number 1 in the employees table, every single case of employee ID 1 in the assignments table is now deleted. That's why it's so scary. It's great because it ensures that you don't want to end up with like an orphan record, right? But it's also scary because you could delete a ton of records at once by accident, and there's no way to redo it, right? Or undo it. So we want to be careful turning that on. We're actually not going to turn any of these on right now. We also have join types. We're going to actually talk about joins in some detail in our next video. So we'll keep that for later, but just know that by default, the join type that we're going to be using here is just simply going to be an inner join, which means everything from the employee ID, employees table, and everything that matches the assignments employee ID in that table, right? So we'll click create new, right? Or create, just the create button. You don't want to click create new on that one. You're going to right click and you can always go back and edit it. You can look at the join type. We'll talk about all of these. But now we have the connection, which is perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. So now that we have that relationship, we can go back, right, we'll close this out, keep the layout, save the changes. And if we go into projects or employees, you might notice, wait a second, where's the icon? Well, we've only created a relationship between employees and assignments. And since this is the junction, we have to go back now and do the projects. So we're going to go back into relationships. We're going to add the projects table here. We're going to now create a relationship between the project ID and projects and the project ID and assignments, and click create. And now we've created, through the junction, employees and projects relationship. Now we can close this, click save. And now if I go into employees or projects, we'll be able to drill down on that data, right? Now you might not see it right now because, well, the icon's not there, right? But when we save the table, we're going to click on save and we close these out and we reopen them. You'll now see the plus. So if you don't see the plus at first, that's okay. You'll get it. And then the plus is going to be here as well. So now I can go in and I could say, okay, employee 1, who is John Doe, what projects are John working on? Give that a click. And it says this expression is typed incorrectly. So it's probably talking about some sort of numeric. Let's see on this one if it's doing the same thing. And that's okay. We'll take a look at that in a moment. And let's open up our assignments. That looks perfect. Our employee ID, our project ID, those look good. But I'm wondering why it's not working. Well, let's take a look. If we go back into the design, we see here employee ID is a text. Oh, okay. So it's a text. Employee ID, project ID, they're both text. Let's see what happens if we turn them into a number, right? We have to delete the relationship first. So we'll go into relationships. Let's delete those out. And this is good troubleshooting. So if you're ever getting these little errors, you can always go back and take a look at them. So now that we have that, let's go in and see the employee ID is an auto number. But then in my assignments, it's a short text. So it's not matching. So when we created this, we had to change the data type to number and to number. And now that we've done this, I'll save it up. I'll say yes, perfect. We can now go in and create those relationships again, and it's going to work beautifully. So let's try that. So I'm going to take employee ID to employee ID, create. We're going to take project ID to project ID, create. And now we're going to save it all, close out everything, and let's see if it works for us. Let's open up employees, click the little plus. How cool is that? So now I can see that John Doe is working on projects 1 and 2. So John Doe has 2 projects they're working on. If I click into Jane Smith's only working on 1 project, and Michael Johnson's only working on 1 project. If we open up the projects table, it does the opposite. Okay, website design is John Doe. Okay, new launch project is John Doe and Jane Smith. And marketing campaign is Michael Johnson. Now you might be thinking, Joe, this is a little confusing, right? Because when we're looking at the data, how do I know which employees which or which project we're talking about? Because all we can see is the IDs. Wouldn't it be cool if we could see who this project 1 is assigned to? Instead of a 1, maybe John, right? Instead of a 2, Jane. Instead of a 3, Michael. Yes, we can. We're going to go over how to use the lookup wizard to create those relationships and how to enter in the data in the related tables next. Okay, so catch up to now. And then when we come back, we're going to enter in data in related tables, and we're going to use lookup wizard to create the relationships. So now that we have our data entered into the related tables, and we see that we can use the little minus to collapse or the plus to expand, we're thinking instead, when I go into project ID 1, website redesign, and I click on it, I want to see John's name here, not just the 1. It's very confusing. And vice versa. When I click into John Doe, I want to see the actual project names, not just the project IDs, right? So how do we do this? Well, the first thing we need to do is delete the relationships, right? Because as you saw before when we were troubleshooting, we can't make changes when the relationships exist. So what we want to do is go to Database Tools, Relationships, and just right click and delete those all first. And don't worry, we'll bring them back in a moment. Then we need to go to the assignments table. So open up the assignments table, and here is where we're going to make our lookup wizard. So we've used the lookup wizard in a previous section of this training video, but let's go to View, Design View, and we're going to actually now use the lookup wizard, right? I showed you how to do it through lookup section in the fields property here, but now we're going to actually use it here. So we're going to change the employee ID data type. Right now, the employee ID data type is a number. We're going to change that to lookup wizard. All right, lookup wizard. Now, since we're choosing to take the employee ID and it's already in the employees table and we have the employee names there, instead of last time where I said we'll type the text manually, we're actually going to say we want a lookup field to get the values from another table. And we're going to click next. We're going to choose that table being the employees and click next. Then we can choose exactly what we want the field to look like. And we're going to say the first name and the last name, right? And we can either double click or you can just click it and then add it over. I like to do the double click. We'll click next. And then it's going to ask you if you want to do any sort of ascending or descending order. I'll start with first name. I think that'll be fine in ascending order as the sort. And we'll click next. So now it's Jane Smith, John Doe, Michael Johnson. And we'll click next, finish, and say yes. So we've now done that for the employee ID. We're going to do the same exact thing for the project ID. Now I know it still says number here as the data type, but if you go into the lookup, you'll see that the lookup is filled out. If I go into this lookup, there's nothing. So that's how you can be sure that the lookup wizard actually worked. So I'm going to click on the project ID dropdown and choose lookup wizard. Once again, I'll keep this, click next. This time I want to do, right, for my projects table, and I want the project name. And then I'll click next. We can put it in ascending order, the project name. Next. It has our 3 projects. Next. And finish. And we'll say yes, save the table. Now that we've done this, we can close this out and we can build a relationship. You'll notice it did create one relationship already for us right here. If we right click and edit it, you'll see it's employee. So that's perfect. That's what we wanted. So we have our 2 relationships now back. If you need to click and drag to create one, go ahead. And now we're going to save all of this and let's see if it worked. So when I open up the employees table and I'm like, what's John working on? I click that little plus icon. How cool is this? John's working on the website redesign and the new product launch. Jane is working on the new product launch as well. And Michael's working on that marketing campaign. And when I close this out, I can look at the projects now. Who's working on the website redesign? Click the little plus icon. Oh, it's John. Who's working on the new product? Jane and John. Who's working on? Okay, Michael. And that's really awesome, right? So as we can see here, that lookup wizard can help us out, especially if we need more information and we don't want to be so confused on just looking at IDs, right? Because I'm not going to memorize 50 employee IDs. I'd rather see their names. All right, so try that out on your own, and then we'll get into our closing. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed this course. I hope you got a lot out of it. This is only our introduction level course. We will have 2 more videos out for you, intermediate and advanced. But thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed the course. I hope that you're going to feel much more confident with Access. It's a great database application. And yeah, thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Access Intermediate. This comprehensive training program is designed to take your Microsoft Access skills to the next level. Now, throughout this course, you'll dive deeper into the power of Access databases, learning advanced techniques to manipulate, analyze, and present your data more effectively. In this course, you'll learn advanced select queries, including criteria and/or conditions and wildcards. We'll learn about calculated fields to create new data based on existing information, data summaries and crosstab queries for insightful data analysis, and also action queries to modify your data, including update, append, and make table queries. Besides that, we'll get into query joins to combine data from multiple tables, parameter queries for dynamic data filtering, and various built-in functions like month, date diff, and if to enhance your queries. Now, by the end of this course, you'll have a solid understanding of these intermediate access concepts and be able to create more complex, powerful databases. So let's get right into it. The first thing we're going to learn about is how to create a query. Now, in our last video, we've talked about all the different objects, and we're going to get a deeper dive into all of them. Last class, we learned about tables and how we can create tables or even manipulate pre-existing tables. Now we're going to talk about how we can create queries from tables. So let's open up our Northwind example file here. You can click open, and if you do need to enable that security, you'll see the yellow bar across and you can click enable. You'll remember that we got this little entrance or welcome here, and we can just click OK, and we can close out the main switch. So last time we talked about all these different objects: tables, queries, forms, reports, macros, and even modules. Now we're going to take a deeper dive into queries. So we're going to talk about everything queries today. Now, if you do still see pages here, just simply right click and you can hide pages. We don't use pages anymore. They're sort of out of date. They're not really updated anymore by Microsoft, and we don't use them. So we're just going to use our queries for today. You'll see there's quite a few queries already in here that were pre-created for this example file, but we want to create one ourselves. Now, to create a query, all we have to do is go to the Create tab, and inside of the Create tab, you'll see here our queries command group. And it sort of goes, once again, in that order. We have tables, tables, queries, queries, forms, forms, reports, reports, macros and code, and then macros and modules. So it's sort of in that same order that it is in this Access object pane. So we're going to click on Query Design. You can use a query wizard, but we're just going to build this out using a select query. So let's all click on Query Design. And the first thing it asks us is, well, what table do you want to use? What are you trying to query? We're going to say that we want to query, let's do the orders. So we're going to choose the orders table and just double click on it. It's going to add that orders table right over here for us, and you can click and expand it, click and drag, resize it any way you like, so we can see everything that's in this table. And what we now want to do is just double click on what we want to see in our query. We don't have to know any type of SQL code or anything like that. We're just simply clicking, and it's building it for us. So it's known as a low-code query design. So let's say that we want to look at the order date. Double click on that. Let's look at the order. Well, let's do the order ID and then the order date. Let's do ship date. And by the way, if you did click order date, you can always just go back down here and reselect and reorder them, which is nice. It's, once again, super user-friendly. That's what I love about this application. So we have order ID, order date, ship date. Let's do ship via as well, and let's do ship country. Once you have everything that you want to see from these tables, what we can then do is go to the Query Design tab up top here, go to the Results command group, and choose Run as that little exclamation mark. We'll give that a click. And look at this. We've now created our first query by using the select. And all we had to do was double click, but really built into it, we are using the select clause. Now, if you want to see the actual code, you can always go to the View tab here, and you can see the SQL view. So how is it actually coded out? And you'll notice in there is going to be that select clause. So select this, and that from the orders table. So if you do know a little bit of SQL language, you can code this yourselves in the SQL view. But really, I just want to take a look at the datasheet view at my results. If I ever want to go back in and start to manipulate this query, you can go back to that view and go to design view, where it'll bring us back and we can start to do some sort of filtering, or maybe we want to find some certain data or a certain country, right? So try this out. Create the query using just the double clicks, right? You don't have to actually code this out. And then when we get back, we're going to go over how to filter out what we want to see. What we're going to be learning about next is how we can now filter out this query. Maybe we don't want to have to see all of the countries. We just simply want to see USA. So let's go back to our design view, and where we're going to put the criteria, you'll see criteria row here, is going to be under ship country because we want to only see USA. So I'm going to give that a click. I'm then going to write USA. Now, you can write it all lowercase, you can write it all uppercase, you could just do a capital U. It doesn't matter, it's not case sensitive. So I'll just write USA. And I'm going to click run. And now you'll see we're only searching for ship countries in the USA. If we go back over now to our SQL view, you'll see it's using a where clause to do this. So if you're once again familiar with SQL code, where clauses allow for us to filter our queries. But once again, this is low code, so I'll go back to my design view. You'll also see here it put in the quotes for us, which was really nice of them. But yeah, you can go in and you can filter for whatever you like. So try this out, and then I'm going to show you that sometimes when we filter, it's not going to always work to the way we want. Sometimes we're going to get a little bit of an error. Now that we've filtered for USA, let's say that we want to filter for something else. Maybe I don't want USA anymore, so I'll take that out. Maybe I want to filter for the certain type of shipping method. So if I run this without any filters, let's take a look at what shipping methods we have. We have here Speedy Express, we have United Package, we have Federal Shipping. And yeah, let's say we wanted United Package. I want to take a look at all the United Package filters. So you would think, well, we just learned about this. We could go back to design view, go into ship via column this time under criteria, and we could type in United Package, United Package, and run this. But you're going to get this specific error. It's called the data type mismatch error. And the reason this is happening is because someone created a drop-down list via wizard lookup like we did in our introduction course. So to fix this, we need to go to the shippers table and we have to look at the index ID to see which one is United Package because it's telling us they don't recognize this. So if we just open up our shippers table, we can go over to the tables in our object pane here and double click on shippers. You'll see here that we have a shipper ID that's associated with each of these packages. So number 1 is Speedy Express, 2 is United Package, and 3 is Federal Shipping. So if we want to filter for United Package, we're going to be using the 2. So we can close out this table, just click the little X, and under Ship Via Criteria, instead of writing United Package, we're going to just put a 2 in there. Now we're going to click Run, go back to Query Design, Run, and look at that. We're now only looking at United Package shippings. So sometimes you'll run into that. You have to know your data, know what tables you have. You can go back in, take a look if there's any indexing, and then put that instead. But that's an error that you'll probably get most common is that data type mismatch when you're doing any sort of filtering. So try that out on your own. And when we come back, we're going to talk about 2 conditions and an or. When we're dealing with filtering, you see we could put in a filter and it does the filter for us perfectly. But what happens if I just want more than one? Maybe I want to look at, let's say, all of our owners that are customers here, and maybe I want to look at them in the USA. Well, the first thing I need to do is switch my table because we don't have our customer's information here, just their ID. So instead, I want to switch to the customer's table. Now, to remove a table from our query, just right-click on the object and click on Remove Table. And that's going to clear out our query. Next, we're going to go back over to the right where we have a list of all our tables, and let's pull the customer's tables for this one. I'm going to double click on customer. And once again, you can expand this if you like to see all the different fields. And for this one, let's say we want to grab the company name, the contact's name, their title, if they're a sales rep or a marketing rep or an owner, and what country they're in. And then we can run that query by clicking run again. And we see here the company's name, their contact name, their title, their country. And really all I want to see are owners in the USA. So this time we're going to go back to the design view, and underneath contact title, we'll put in the criteria owner. And then we're going to put in USA under country. And this creates an automatic and condition, which means we need it to meet both of these criteria. They need to be an owner and they need to be from the USA. And when we click run, you'll see we have 2 owners from the USA. And this works really well. But let's say we now want either USA or owner. Doesn't matter if they're from the USA or not. If they're from the USA, show it. If they're an owner, show it. Well, in this case, we need to use the or section. So I'm going to go back to the design view, and instead of having the USA under criteria cell, I'm going to actually move USA here to the or cell. We can still keep owner in the criteria, but we'll move USA. And you could just delete it and just write USA in the or. Once we do that, it's going to be a different query. If we run this query, you'll see we have many different options now because it's saying whether they're an owner or whether they're from the USA. So if they're owners, they're listed. And if they're from USA, they're listed. So we get a different type of list. So that difference between and means that we need both of them. They both need to be USA and owner and meet that criteria, or saying either USA or owner. We don't mind. So that's the big difference between and or. But we also have other conditions as well. One like the between condition, right? Let's use a different table for this one. We're going to go back over to our view and switch it to the design view. And let's right click on the customer table and remove it. Let's, for this example, use the employees table. So I'm going to double click on employees. Once again, you can always just take a look at what's in here. There's a lot in this one, so you might still have that little bit of drag, but not too much. And for this one, let's add in the employee ID, their first name, their title, and let's do the hire date as well. And if we run that query there, you get a nice little list of employees, their names, their title, and when they were hired. Let's say that I want to see people, though, that are hired in 1993. Well, to do this, we can use the between condition. You'll see here that we have people that were hired in 1992 all the way through 1994, but I just want to return 1993. So I'm going to go back to that design view, and let's go to the hire date this time. And under criteria, we're going to use the between condition. So we're going to write the word between. And now we're going to put in between the first date of 1993 and the last date. So of course, January 1st, 1993. And we're going to use and, the word and, let's do 12/31, 1993. That's going to give us that full year there. And when we click on run, look at that. Now I know what you're thinking. Are we really using the and? Well, sort of. It's sort of like the way we speak English, right? If I say, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10, I'm always using that and. And in this case isn't necessarily meaning both, right? Like we did in our and example, but it's just one of the key conditions that we have to write in our between. So just speaking it out loud, it'll even make more sense. Like, I want to see people between January 1st, 1993 and December 31st, 1993. And that's always how I remember to use that and, right? So now we have that. I'm going to go back to design view, try this out on your own, but just note that all of our dates are now in pound signs. That's how you would normally write a date. But Access is smart enough to put all of those in there, just like our strings of text. When you write USA, it puts the quotes in automatically. When you put in the dates, it puts the pound signs automatically. So you can either write them or you don't need to. Access will know what you're saying and it'll fill in the blanks for you. So try this out, and when we come back, we'll get into how to sort our queries. Besides being able to filter our queries, we're able to sort our queries as well. So let us go back into our design view and get rid of our criteria here under hire date, where we use the between and conditions. We're going to bring back all of our information. And let's say that we want to sort this by first name. So 3 ways to do it. You can either go and run the query and then go to the little drop down on the column first name and choose sort A to Z or Z to A. And you'll notice this works really well. And then if you need to sort back to the original view, it's always good to have some sort of index or sequential numbering system, like the employee ID, where I can now sort smallest to largest and bring it back to the original with Nancy on top. The second way we can actually filter this is by going to the Home tab once we run our query results, and you'll see the sort and filter right here where we can choose to either sort A to Z or Z to A. So I can go in, choose ascending, or I can click on first name and choose ascending or descending order. If you want to remove the sort, once again, you can just remove the sort here, or you could just sort back by employee ID, and I'll click remove sort. But either way, whenever you're sorting, you'll always be able to remove the sort just by clicking remove sort. So 2 ways to do it after you run the actual results. Now, if you want to sort before you actually run the results here, go back to the design view, and you'll see down here, we actually have a sort row. So I can click in, and maybe I want to sort this once again by first name. If you click into it, you'll notice we get a drop down for ascending or descending. So I can choose ascending in this case and run my query. And now I'm automatically having that sort. You will notice though, when we run the query with the sort this way, we don't have the option to remove the sort. So that's because it's built into the query while we're running it. So you can either run the query and have the sort be a permanent thing, or you can just sort and filter and do all that fun stuff after the results. So it's really up to you. I'm going to go back over to that design. Now, not only, we can also turn this off to not sorted, but not only can we sort just by one singular item here, we can sort multi-levels. So we can sort by, let's say, first name and ascending, and then we can sort by title and ascending. So that's a multi-level sort. And when we run that, there we go. And then if I decide I want to do it the opposite way, I can go to design view. Maybe I want to sort this, let's say, in descending order, insert this in descending order. I can run it that way. So multiple ways to do sorting, multiple ways for filtering as well. We're going to click on not sorted here and jump real quick into that filter after we run it. If I want to filter just for, let's say, my sales reps, remember that we do have the option in the Home tab to go in and we can filter. We can use select filters, advanced filters, just like we did in our tables. So all of these tools are still the same. Just like in tables, we can do it in queries as well. And we can sort all of this. If I want to click the filter, it'll ask me what I'm filtering. I click in the title and click filter. What am I filtering? So if you took that first course, the introduction level course, you'll see here that there's a lot of that repetition of the way to manipulate these data sets in tables and in queries. All right, so try that out on your own. I'm going to go back to the design view. When we come back, we are going to get into using table fields with our criteria. So instead of just writing in our criteria, a certain hire date or a certain title, we can actually use table fields that already pre-exist to check things like inaccurate data, or if data was entered in the wrong way, data entry errors. We can do that. All right, so try this out. When we come back, we'll have some more fun. All right, we're going to talk about table fields and being able to use those as the criteria within our filtering. So let's say that we want to add in the birthday here for this example. So let's double click on birthday and add it to our query, and we're going to run it. So now we have the employee ID, their name, their title, their hire date, and their birthday. We're going to change Andrew's birthday. We'll pretend that somebody entered in the information wrong. Instead of 1952, we'll put in 1999. Now that we have that new updated birthday in there that we know is wrong, how can we tell if somebody entered something wrong in? Well, the first thing we're going to do is go back to our design view. And for the birthday criteria, we're going to showcase any of the hire dates that are greater than or equal to. And the reason this is going to be beneficial is because, well, if their birthday is actually greater than or equal to their hire date, well, that wouldn't really make sense, right? So go into criteria under birthday. We're going to do greater than or equal to. Now at this point, we can start typing in hire date, but we can't just type it in regularly. Because it's a field, we have to use our square brackets. So we're going to use square bracket and then type in hire date. Now remember, it's all going to be in one. When we pull the query, of course, the labels will show that space, because when we were in there before and we were updating the captions, that's going to help us out. But right now, we're just going to do a greater than, equal than, and that square bracket, hire date, and square bracket. And it's going to all be one without a space. Next, we'll run this query, and it's going to only show us Andrew, because Andrew couldn't have been hired in 1992 if Andrew was born in 1999, right? So we see here that the data was entered wrong, and then we can go in and we can fix it. I think it was like 52 or whatever you want to put in there, you're fine. And then if we rerun this query again, there's going to be nothing, right? So sometimes it's important to utilize fields like the hire date. So we can use this field inside of the criteria, and we can start to compare our data in these queries. And this is something you'll be doing a lot when you're doing data analysis. All right, so try that out on your own. Remember that we do already rename the captions here. So when we type in hire date, there's no space because the actual name of that field is without a space. But when we run it from our first introduction lesson, you'll remember that we added in spaces here so that it looks a lot nicer than having no space. So that's just our caption there. If we go back into our design view, we would just put it in all as one word. So try that out. When we come back, we're going to talk about creating wildcards and then also saving the query. We're going to take a look at wildcards. Wildcards are placeholder characters that can represent one or more characters or values. So let's say that I just want to do a nice criteria for the title and pull everything that starts with an S. So the way we do that is we use S and then we use the asterisk symbol. This will allow us to pull the like condition, and like condition is our wildcard. So when we run this, now we're just seeing the title and everything that starts with an S. If we go into the SQL view, you'll see the like expression right after the where. So this is our like condition saying S and any amount of characters after the S. We can also go the opposite way as well. So if I decide that I want to go back to the design view and look at anything that ends in R, I'll then do an asterisk symbol first with an R. And then when I click run, we see the two titles that end in R. So those wildcards can be very helpful. What we're going to do right now is let's go back to the design view though. We're going to get rid of that condition and let's just run this as a regular query. And what we're going to do is save it. Now to save it, we're just going to simply click the save icon all the way at the top left-hand corner. And when we do save this, we're saving this query. It's going to ask us to name it. So I'm going to click on save. It says, what should we name this query? We'll just name it fun query for right now. And then we'll click OK. Now I can close out this query. And whenever I want to pull it up again, under the queries, you'll see it right there. You can just pull it up and start to manipulate it in any way that you like. So a little different from tables. Tables just have our data in there. Queries allow for us to filter and manipulate the data in a meaningful way. So try that out on your own, save the query, and the next thing we'll get into are calculated fields. Now that we know a little bit more about creating a query, being able to sort it and filter it, let's create another query and talk about calculated fields. A calculated field allows us to create new fields by manipulating pre-existing ones, or even adding them or multiplying them or dividing them to create new fields that we need. So let's go over to the create button. We're going to create a query just like we did before in the queries command group and choose query design. And let's use, for this example, the order details table. So we'll just double click on that. And you'll see it's not that big of a table. Let's take in our product ID. Let's take our unit price. And let's take our quantity. Then we can run that query. And you'll see we have our unit prices, our quantities. That looks great. Now let us save this query. You can name it whatever you like. I'm just going to call it Joe's query. And let's go back to the design view. Now let's say that we want to look at something else. Maybe, for instance, our total sales. We actually don't have total sales here in this table. So we need to create a calculated field by multiplying the unit price times the quantity, and that will give us our total sales. To do this, we're going to click into the field cell here, and we are first going to name our new field. We're going to call it total sales. And remember, when we're creating that new field, we don't need a space here. We'll then put a colon, and we're going to write out our formula, which is unit price times quantity. Now, if you're having trouble seeing this, though, there's a little trick. If you just right-click in the field, you can go to zoom, and that will allow us to see it on a bigger level. So if you go to zoom, you'll see it. You can even change the font if you want to, change the sizing, make it a little bigger, smaller, whatever you like. And now we can write this out without having to like squint our eyes. So to do this, we're first going to take our unit price, which remember we put that into square brackets. We're going to use the asterisk symbol for multiplication, and we're going to multiply that by quantity and put that in square brackets. We'll then click OK. And now let's run it. And look at that. Looks perfect. All right, it works really well. Let's do another one. Maybe we want to take a look at projected sales, right? So we've now created this total sales. We can take a look at the projected sales as well. And we'll go in, design, and let's click into the next one. If you want to do the zoom, right click the zoom. And for projected sales, we'll call it projected sales. Put your colon. We're going to take the total sales we just created, and then we're going to multiply it by, let's just do a small increase. We'll do 1.1. And we'll click OK. And now when we run this, there it is. That's our projected sales amount. Now, you might not like the naming convention here, so of course, you can put a space in between this, just like we did when we were designing our tables in the first introduction class. You can go in, you can right-click, and you can go to Properties. Inside of those properties, you can put a caption, and you could do total sales with a space. And then we can do that with projected sales as well. Projected sales with a space. And then close that out, save it, and run it. And now it looks a lot better. So the caption will always showcase in the results, but really behind the scenes, there's no spacing. So take a moment and try that out. And then what we'll take a look at is a couple of really beneficial functions that we can use inside of these tables. As of now, we've been using our one table order details to build queries, but maybe I want to add two tables to a query. So we can do that. If we click over here on our orders table and double click, we'll add that to this query, and you'll see it creates a relationship automatically for us, a many-to-one relationship. And it's creating that based off of the order ID. So in this orders table, there's one unique ID for each. And in this order details, there's many order IDs. And that makes sense because, well, people might have ordered more than one item. What we can now do is start to incorporate these fields into this query as well. Maybe I have the product ID, unit price, quantity, and the calculated fields we created, but I also want to add in the order date. So I could double click on that. Now when I run this query, you'll see we have our order date in here too, and it's able to match it because of that relationship that it automatically created for us. But we're not done yet. We can use other functions such as month or month name to data mine more information from the order date here. For instance, maybe instead of it saying July, we want the numeric value of the date over here with a 7, right? 7 for July. So what we can do is go back to our design view. And before we even get started with building out this entire query, we need to save it. The reason being is because we're going to start to use functions, which means we're going to use pre-existing fields here and here to build this out. Now, if we don't save right now, it's only going to have the order details fields. So we need to make sure that we click the save button. That way, all of these fields can also be incorporated as long as they're in our query. And I'll show you what I mean in a second. So make sure you click save. Once we save this, we're then going to right click right next to the order dates, the field, and we're going to choose build. So right in that next column, right click, choose build. And that's going to open up the expression builder. Now, if you're familiar with Excel or Google Sheets, you're probably familiar with functions. And some of those functions actually do carry over into Access. Not all of them, but some of them. You'll see those functions are built in. It's known as functions, and you'll give the little plus symbol a click, and it'll showcase built-in functions. So we could double click on that, and you'll see categories. Our month function is actually under the date and time category. So give that a click, and then you'll see all the different functions we have access to, including month. Now, before we click on month, what you always want to do is name your new field. So we're going to call this order month. So I'm going to type order month, put our colon, and now we're ready to use the month function. So we can double click on that. Automatically, it's going to come up with expression and date placeholders, along with the month function itself. We don't really need the expression. If you actually keep that in there, it'll cause an error. So just press delete. You could just click on it. It'll highlight the whole thing. Press delete. And then we'll click into date. And because we have the order date as part of this query down here, if we go to Joe's query, we'll see all our different fields here. You'll see order date, product ID, projected sales, quantity, total sales, unit price. And that's the one we need. We need the order date, so we could just double click and it'll input it in there. Now we can click OK and run this query. And there we go. We get the numeric value of the month. 7's for July, 8's for August, 9 for September, and so on and so forth. Now at this point, we want to save once again. So I'm going to click on the save. And that's important to save. Otherwise, order month will not be a part of this again. So we always want to be sure that we're saving. So if we decide that we want to build something else, we can use now order month. Now, I don't mind the numeric value of the date, but we may want the categorical value. Maybe I want it to not just say 7, but I also want it to say July, either abbreviated or non-abbreviated. So I'm pulling the month name out. And there's a function called month name that will pull that out. So it'll look at this numeric value here, and these are indexed. So 7 means July, 8 means August, and you go through the months. So After you save, we're going to go back to design view. And right next to order month, we're going to right click again and choose build. This time, we're going to go to the same spot, built-in functions, date and time, but we're going to use the month name function. Now it's going to ask for 2 arguments this time. And before we even do that, we always want to, remember, name this. So I'm going to call it order month name and put my colon. For the month, we're going to choose the numeric value we just used. And that's why it was so important to save, because now I could go to Joe's query and grab that order month that we just created. If you don't save, you won't see it there. And it'll result in a function error. So I'm going to double click that and put it in there. For the abbreviation, you might be wondering, well, what do I put here? Well, we're actually going to put a Boolean factor. And if you don't know what the Boolean factor is, you can always get help on this function. So if you go to built-in functions, and you choose date and time, and you choose month name, you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner here, it has a clickable link. This link is a help link. So if you click on it, it'll actually open it up, and it'll tell you what the syntax is. It'll tell you what month is. It says a numeric value for the month, which we already have. An abbreviation, it'll say optional, but you can put Boolean factors like true or false. True if you want it to be abbreviated, false if you don't. But if you don't put anything, it defaults to false, which means it won't be abbreviated. So we don't necessarily have to put true or false here. We can actually just delete it and then backspace that comma. Just like that. So it looks even nicer. We have the name of our new column. We have month name function, and we're just looking at the numeric value and transferring it into a categorical value. Once we click OK, we should be able to run this. And look, looks great. July, August. And if we wanted to change that, right, if we want this to be abbreviated, always remember, we can go back and do the right click, and we can do zoom. And we can actually put that comma and just put trim, and then click OK. Run this, and now you'll see it's abbreviated. So totally up to you on what you want. I actually don't mind it being non-abbreviated, so I'll just right click, zoom again, and just backspace. Run it, and there we go. Looks amazing. All right, so that looks great. We have other types of functions here. I'm going to click save again. You could pull out the year if you wanted to. If you want to try the year function on your own, go right ahead. Remember, you just right click, build, functions, built-in functions. Year would be under date and time, and it should be down here. And then you would just double click. If you don't know what the syntax is, just go to here. It'll open up and it'll explain to you what you need in there. You just need a date. But try this one out on your own. You can name it whatever you like. You can pause the video right here. I'll just do it real quick. I'll call this order year. But feel free to pause the video. You don't have to watch me. You can try it out, see if it works. And for the date, I'll choose the order date. Click OK. Run it. And there it is. Looks great. So I'll save that. And when we come back, we're going to talk about another really important function known as date diff. In our last example, we learned how we can use functions to either create new columns, or we've also talked about how we can create calculated fields by using pre-existing fields. What we're going to do next is use another type of function known as date diff function that will determine the difference between two dates. So in this example, we don't really need these columns we just created, like month, month name, or the year. So you'll see here, highlight those by clicking on the gray part of the column here, and then I'll click and drag, and then we'll click the delete button on our keyboards, just so that we have our just simplistic data again. So let's say we're looking at the order date, and I want to know how much time did it take from the order date to the time it shipped out. I want to make sure that our products aren't being shipped too late. So I'm going to double click and add in ship date here. So we have our order date and our ship date. Remember to click save, right? That way we actually have ship date available to us. And next, we're going to right click next to ship date, and we're going to use our expression builder. We're going to use this function known as dateDiff. It's going to be in the same place our other functions were, date and time, and you'll see it right there, dateDiff. Now, before we add that, we do want to name our new field. We're going to call it shipping time, put our colon, and then we can select dateDiff. And once again, we don't need that expression. We can just click on that expression placeholder and click delete. We'll see the dateDiff. And this one has quite a few things we need, right? So first off, it's asking for an interval. And remember, if you don't remember what the interval is, or you've never used this before, you can always go down to the bottom, give this a click, and it'll open up the syntax for you so you can take a look. So the interval is required. It's the interval of time you want to use to calculate the difference between two dates. So let's take a look at all the different interval arguments that there are here, such as year, quarter, month, day of the year. They have a ton of them. Now, I just want to see how many days have passed, so most likely we're going to be using this one, the day, which is a small d. You do need to put that in quotes, though, so that's really important. We want to make sure it's a string expression, it tells us here. So that means putting that in a quotation marks. So I think we have everything we need. We don't need the first of the year. We can click that, press delete. We don't need first day of the week. We can delete that too and get rid of those two commas. So the first thing is the interval. I'm just going to put in quotes a lowercase d, which means day. Date 1 is going to be our order date. So remember, we can click on Joe's query here and see all of them. That's why you always want to click save so you can see the ship date. So we're going to put in date 1, order date, and then date 2, shipped date. Now we can click OK. Let's run this query. How amazing is that? We have shipping times, 12, 12, 5, 4. So this looks amazing. And then we can always go back to design view. And maybe now what we want to do is add in the word days. Maybe we want it to say 12 days or 5 days. So what we'll do is we'll right click on ship time and go to build again, or you can even go to your zoom if you want to, whichever one. I'll do zoom for this one. If you want to use build, you can. So right now it's telling us that the ship time is the dateDiff, the interval d for days, order date, and the difference between the ship date. Now I simply want to add in the word days. So to do this, we're going to use an and sign, just like that. And we're going to type in quotes, a string of text with a space, and we could say days, and that string of text. So all it's doing is taking this whole thing, which equals a number, and it's adding in a space with days. We can click OK. If you went into the builder, it would have looked like this. So same exact thing. And when we run it, now it says 12 days, or 5 days, or 6 days. So that's a nice little thing you can add in. You can concatenate a string of text with the dateDiff function. Try that out on your own. And then when we come back, we're going to get into the if function and how we can use that. The next function we're going to go over is the if function. Now this function allows for us to ask a question, and based off of whether it's true or false, it'll do something different. So if it's true, it does one thing. If it's false, it does something different. Now, if you're familiar with the if function in Excel or in Google Sheets, it's practically the same thing. You have to have an expression, a comparison operator, and once you use that expression, if it's true, it'll do one thing or return one value. If it's false, it'll do something different or return a different value. So let's do that for, let's say that we want to create a new discount program that says that if our total sales, which is here, is greater than or equal to $200, well, then they'll get a 10% discount. And if not, well, then they get 0. So first thing we're going to do is switch our view back over to the design view. and we're going to right click next to shipping time and go to the build. That way we can get our expression builder. Now we're going to go to the functions, built-in functions, but this time we're going to use a category that's known as the program flow. So you'll go all the way down towards the bottom, you'll see program flow, and you'll see the if function. Now this if function looks a little different than the one you're probably used to. This is known as an immediate if. It's a little different. It's actually more simplistic, and you can't really nest any functions inside of this if. So I'll double click it, and it asks for 3 parts. The expression that's being tested, the part that's true, and the part that's false. So for us, we're going to take as the expression, we'll go to Joe's query, grab that total sales to put in there, and we're going to say that if the total sales is greater than or equal to 200, if that were to be true, well, then they're going to have a 10% discount. And that depends on, what their total sales are. So we'll just put in 0.1. And then if it's false, they do not get a discount. So it's going to be 0. Once you're done, I'll click OK. And if we run this query now, you'll see the expression. Now, you'll notice that we didn't name the column this time. And I did this on purpose so that you can see what it would turn out to be. It would just be expression 1. So it's always important to name your columns. I'm just going to call this column new discount. So we'll go back over to the design view. And then we also need to change it because it's showing only 0.1. I want it to look more like a percentage. So we'll fix that as well. So the first thing, I'm going to just right click. You can either go to the build or the zoom in this one. I'll do zoom. And I'm just going to call this new discount. And we'll click OK. The next thing we need to do is right click on this field, and we're going to choose properties to get our properties pane up. And we're going to choose to change the format of the percentage. All right, so you'll see the format right now has nothing in there. We'll click the drop down. We're going to choose percentage or percent. Once you're done with the property sheet, we can then click the X. You can also choose if you want any decimal places or not. I'm just going to keep it as a percentage with the decimal places. I don't mind, but you can change it if you like how many decimals there are. And now we'll click run. And there it is. If I decide I do want 0 decimal places, we'll go back to format. And then right underneath, you'll see decimal places. We'll just choose 0 and then run that as well. Okay. There we go. We see everyone that had total sales over will get 10% off. And you can even have fun with this where you can take the total sales minus out 110% to see what that actual discount would look like. So you can get really fancy with this if you like. But I'll just do that for you all real quick. I'll use the zoom for this one. So we can take, once again, the total sales. Make sure you put it in square brackets. And you can minus out. You want to do 1.1. The reason being is because 1%, right? Or the 0.1 is going to be 10%. The 1 is going to be 100%. So we're subtracting total sales minus 110%, which will give us that 10% discount. Otherwise, you would have to put it in more parentheses. And, well, we don't need to do that. So now you're going to see this. This does not look like the way I want it. So I do want to have some decimal places here. And we're going to just change that from a decimal or from a percentage, since we don't want it to really be a percentage. We want it to be a currency. If you want to have decimal places, we'll do too. We'll run that. And that's what it's going to be with the percentage, right? So that's 10% off. It was $16.96. Now it's $16.94.90. And then if they didn't get any discount, they get $0. So $14.84 to $14.82.90. That's a nice little way to create a new discount. And there it is. So try that if function out. If you want to go in and get a little creative and minus it out with 110%, you're more than welcome to. Or if you just want to do the first way, you can. I don't mind. But try it out. When we come back, we're going to switch gears. We're going to start talking about data summaries. One of the big things in querying is summarizing data. So what I want to do right now is let's change our data up. Let's go back over to the design view and let's get rid of all these fields that we already have. Remember, you can click on the gray part, top part of the columns, select them all, they'll darken, and then press delete key on your keyboard, and we clear out our query. Now let's add ship via from our orders table, double click on it, and let's add the freight. And we're going to click on run. So now we're looking at products, ship via, and the freight as well. And what I want to do, let's go back to design view. Let's move this over. Let's get rid of the product ID as well and just have ship via and freight. What I want to do is summarize this now. I see each individual order, but how much total did I do in federal shipping versus Speedy Express versus United Package? So we're going to tell the system to total these up by grouping them by ship via. To do this, the first thing we need to do is go back over to our design view. And inside of our design view, under the query design tab, you'll see show/hide. And there you'll see totals. We're going to turn on these totals by clicking on it. And you'll see now over here we have a new row called total. And right now, I want to change the freight because I don't want to group by freight. I want to group by ship via. I'm going to click into group by there and choose sum because I actually want to summarize this entire thing. So I'll click the drop down, choose sum. So we're going to group by ship and we're going to sum up all the freights. And when we run this, we get a nice summarization here of how much we spent for each shipping method. Pretty amazing. This works well. Now, what happens though if I wanted to see how much I made per product, right? Well, then we have to mix what we learned before with what we're learning now. So let's go back over once again to the design view. And this time I'm going to delete these two. And let's clear our query here. And let's add in the product ID from the order details. Let's add the unit price. And let's add the quantity. Now, if you remember before, we created a calculated field for the total sales. And we're going to do the same thing right now. So take a moment if you want to pause before I go over this and try it out on your own. I know we did this before, so if you want to kind of test what you've learned, you can. But I'm going to right click. I'm going to go to zoom and I'm going to name this total sales. Put in my colon. I'm going to take the unit price. Remember to put it in square brackets. Oh, square brackets, not curly. And then we're going to multiply it by quantity. And then we'll click OK. So if we run this now, there we go. Just like last time, we created a calculated field. But we're not done yet, because what I now want to do is I want to see the total of total sales, right, per product. So we're going to change the unit price and quantity columns. We're going to actually delete those. We don't need those anymore. We can keep the total sales per product. We're going to keep the total on. It's on from before. You'll see group by. And we're going to group by our product. And we're going to summarize our total sales that we just created. And when we run that, we now get our total sales using a calculated field. So you can use data summaries with pre-existing fields, or you can use total sales that we just created with calculated fields. Totally up to you, right? So now this looks really nice. Last thing we could do, of course, is maybe we want to sort it in a certain order, right? We can always sort it or remove the sort. And we have a nice little query here. So let's save this query. It looks great. I'm happy with it. I'm going to click save. And now what we'll do is get into a new topic known as crosstab querying. Crosstab querying is very similar to pivot tables. All right, so take a moment, try out data summaries without calculated fields, with calculated fields, And then when you come back, we're going to get into some Crosstab Query. If you're an Excel user, then you've probably come across pivot tables. And pivot tables are really interchangeable rows and columns, and they allow for us to analyze data quickly. Well, a Crosstab query is exactly that. It's a pivot table. We build it using rows, columns, and also values. So let's create a new query. We're going to actually take this query. We can close it down if you like. You can just save it if you haven't already saved it. If you want to go back to the design view and close it out up top in the top right-hand corner, you're more than welcome to. So I'm going to give that an X. And we're going to create a brand new query by going to the Create. We're going to once again go to the Query Design tab here. And then let's just choose inside of Query Design. You'll see Query Design Crosstab in the query type. So far, we've been just making select queries, right? Those queries have been just selecting, analyzing the data, looking at it. What we're now doing is creating a crosstab, right? So we're going to click on crosstab. And now that we have a crosstab, we're going to add the employees table. So go over to the add tables, click on employees. You'll see it right here. And you'll notice now that we're on a crosstab query type, we have a crosstab right over here. So you'll see crosstab is now one of those rows that we can input. So let's add the employees table. Let's do title. Let's do the country. Let's do their first name. So I want their title, their country, their first name. And for the title, what we're going to say is we're going to make the title a heading. So if you click into the crosstab, you'll see we have row heading, column heading, and value. We're going to make the title a row heading. So all my titles will be going down the rows. For the country, I actually want to say the country is going to be the column heading. So I'll have my columns going across, right? So the country will go across the columns. The titles will go down the rows. And then I want to see how many of each title and each country employees I have. So for my employees, or for the first name column, we're going to make those the value. So very similar to a pivot table, you need a row, a column, and value. When we run this query, it's going to pop this up. It's going to say you need to specify an aggregate, right? Right now, we're just saying we're grouping by. That's not what we want, so we'll click OK. It's very important to note that when you're using crosstabs, after you pick your row and your column, you need to change the total by choosing what you want. And I want to count. But they have all types of things. They have first one, the last one, the expression. You can do a where clause, variance, standard deviation. But we're just counting how many employees we have in each title. Like, are they owners? Are they sales reps? In each country. So I'll do a count and click run. And there we go. We now see that we have our countries going across, our columns, and then we have our titles going down, and then we have a count of how many employees. So inside sales coordinator, we have 1 from US, 0 in UK. Sales manager, we have 1 in UK, none in US. Sales reps, we have 3 in UK and 3 in US. And vice president, we only have 1 in the US. So that's a nice little cross tab there for you. All right, so try that out on your own. You can use different data or the same data. Have some fun with it. When we come back, we're going to switch gears. We have been in what's known as select query for a long time. We're going to switch to an action query, and I'll explain the difference between both. So far, we've been just doing select queries, and now we're going to switch over to action query. Now, the main difference between a select query and action query is that a select query only displays data while an action query modifies it. So a select query can be used to view data, filter it, or even prepare it for further analysis, whereas the action query can be used to manipulate data or even create new data. Now, before running an action query, it is advisable to make a backup copy of the data because the changes that are made by an action query are irreversible. So we want to be sure that we're having our backup so that we're not messing up the original data. So the first thing we're going to do here is I'm going to show you how we can create a table using an action query. I'm going to make two tables that are based off of the employees table. So the first thing we're going to do is close out this query. You could save it if you want. I'm not going to for the Crosstab. And let us go over to the Create tab. And inside of the Create tab, we're going to go to the Queries command group and create a query using Query Design, just like we did before. Now let's add the employees table to this query, and we're going to grab in some fields here. I'm going to grab in just the first name and the last name, maybe their hire date and their country. And at this point, what I want to do is I want to create a table of all my employees that are from the US, because I have a table of all the employees from US and UK, but I specifically just want the US. So what I need to do is run a filter. I'm going to go to criteria under country and do USA, just like we did in the beginning of our training here. But before I actually just run this, if I was to run this right now, it's only running it as a select query. And I know that because if you go to query design under the queries type, you'll see we're still selected on select query. This time when I run this query, I want it to make a table from this selection. So I'm going to choose make table. It's going to ask me what the name of that table will be. I'm going to call it employees USA and click OK. So now when I run this, it's going to do that filtering, but instead of just showing us results, it's actually going to create a table. So when I click on the run button, it says, hey, Joe, you're about to paste 5 rows into a new table. Is that what you want to do? You can't undo the command or reverse the changes. Like I said, it's irreversible. So you're going to click yes. And now if I look at my tables, we have one called not only employees, but employees USA. It's only showcasing my USA employees. If I want to do this again, I would have to close out this query. And at this moment, if you want to try this on your own, I'm not going to save this query, by the way. If you want to try this on your own, though, you're more than welcome to pause the video here and then continue on, because I'll show you right now how to do that one. So once again, I'll click Create, Query Design. I'm going to add the employees table, choose what I want, first name, last name. I think we also did hire date and country. This time under criteria, I'll type in UK, and I'm going to choose to make table. I'll name this one employees UK. I'll click OK on that, and I'll run this. This time it's going to paste 4 rows into the new table, and I'll click yes. So now we have the employees table with all our employees. We have 9 of them. Our UK employees, we have 4 of them. And our USA employees, we have 5 of them. And there we go. So we can use, and I just won't save that, the action queries to actually do something, right? Create a new table based off of whatever we're filtering for, or whatever our criteria is, instead of just seeing results for it. When we come back, we're going to talk about updating tables. What we're going to talk about next is how we can update a table using an action query. So let's actually create a query. We'll go back to Create, Query Design, and we're going to pull the employees table. And I'm just going to pull out the first name, the last name, the title, and let's do their hire date. And we can just run that query just to see the results for now. So once again, we're still using select query to see results. And let's say that we decided to change sales representative to a learning strategist. So after we run this query and we pull the title as part of the query, we can then go over back into our design view in the query design, and we're going to use the other query type called update. So we're going to click on update right now. Now remember, this is irreversible, so we want to be very careful when we do things like this because we can't undo them. So when I click on the update button, now we're in an update query type. And when you click on that update command, you'll notice that it has now an update to option down below. So now we'll enter in what we want the criteria to be in the title, and the criteria is going to be sales representative. There we go. So sales representative, make sure you spell that right. That looks good. And then we're going to say update to, and we're going to choose learning strategist. All right, so we're taking sales reps and updating them to learning strategist. We'll click run. It's going to tell us we're about to affect 6 rows of data. We'll say yes. And now if we pull that table in place, you will see learning strategists instead of sales representatives. So that's how we can then update tables by using that update action query. We can also update tables though with calculations. So let's say we need to keep up with maybe a market increase rate. So we can raise our product price by 5%. Let's actually use a different table for this example. I'm going to close out these tables. And let's create a new query. Once again, I'm going to click on Create, Query Design. And this time, let's use the Order Details table. And we're going to add in, let's do price. And yeah, let's do product ID and let's do unit price. And then we can run that query if you want to take a look at what we have here. And all I want to do now is update all of these prices. So once again, I'm going to go over to my design view. We're going to click update again in our query design tab. And when we click update, you'll see the update to comes back. And inside of that update to row, we're going to add in the unit price field. And we're going to multiply it by 1.5. So remember, when you're adding in fields, you want to be sure that you use square brackets. So I'm going to say unit price, and I'm going to multiply it by 1.5. Now we'll click run. It's going to update all 2,155 rows. I'm going to say yes. And if I want to take a look at that now, if we open up Order Details, everything has now been updated. So this is a way to really manipulate your data all by just running the query, creating some sort of filter or criteria, and then now being able to update it. Try this out on your own, and when we come back, we'll talk about how we can delete queries. We're not going to actually do an example of that because I'll explain it can mess up some of our future examples, but we'll talk about a delete query and what it does. So the next one that we would run into, if we click into Create Query Design, you'll see in the query type, we have delete and append. We're going to talk about append in a moment, but let's talk about delete real quick. See, if we use the delete query type, what it does is it's deleting our records from a table, as long as it meets that certain criteria or condition. Now to make that delete query, you just once again choose the table, the fields you want to delete from it, and the criteria for the records to delete. But deleting queries can be risky because it cannot be undone, like I said. It can erase that data permanently, which is scary. Unlike the update queries, which changes data in a table, delete queries removes the whole record, not just part of it, and you cannot get it back after you run that query. So that's why I always say you should have a backup of your database, and then you can test your queries before running them. Also, you should not delete records that are linked to other tables because this can break the relationships that we've created and mess up your database. So that's why you can use delete, but I would say be a little careful with that. So we won't be doing one of these today, just so we don't mess up any of our examples going into the other sections of today's class. But we will just really talk about what delete can do. It can delete a bunch of records. It can also break relationships, mess up the data,
but we're not going to actually do that today, okay? So that's a little bit about our delete. What we're going to get into next is appending data. So being able to take data and combine it together with other tables. So we'll do that in a moment. When appending data, we want to make sure that the two tables that we're appending together have the same exact columns. If they didn't have the same exact columns and they just had a common column, then we can use query joins, which we'll talk about in the next section. But for appending data, they have to have the identical columns. So what better example than to use these employees UK and employees USA table that we created before? They both have the same exact columns, and we'll combine those together to create just the employees table again. So the way we do this is, first off, we need to create a new query. I already clicked on create query, and then I also went to my query design, and now I'm going to select the employees UK. And we're going to add all the columns: first name, last name, hire date, and country. Now that I've done this, I'm going to say append. So go to Query Design tab, Query Type, and choose Append Data. And when we click on Append, it's going to ask you what table you want to append to. We'll click the drop-down and choose Employee USA. And click OK. And you'll notice that it now matches those columns: first name, last name, hire date, country. Now all you need to do is just click Run. And when you do that, you'll see you're about to append 4 rows. You'll click Yes. And now if I look at my table, you'll only see the UK has 4 because we appended the UK to the US. So the US now should be the same as our regular employees table, which it is. It has both USA and UK because we took UK and we appended it to the USA. If we were doing the opposite, then we would have used USA and appending it to the UK. So it worked beautifully. I'm going to close this out. So take a moment. I'll just close this as well and try this out on your own. And when we come back, we're going to talk about query joins. So we've seen how to create relationships between tables and queries. And what we're going to do is click on Create, Query Design, and we're going to just pull in the employees table and the orders table. And you notice that it automatically creates that relationship between employees and orders. And it's a one-to-many relationship. But if you right-click directly on that line there, you'll see Join Properties. And when you click on that, it opens up those join properties. And it tells you that right now, the left table is employees and the right table is orders. And they're matching it on the left table column employee ID and the right column on the right table employee ID. Now, these different join types, like this first one here, is known as an inner join. And it says it only includes rows where the join fields from both tables are equal. So it's really saying that it's only returning records that have matching values in both tables. For example, an inner join of employees and orders would only show the orders placed by the employees who work at the company, right? If there was some random person that was not an employee, it wouldn't showcase it. And if they had no orders, it wouldn't showcase it. So it's only matching where there's both an employee and an order to match to that. The second option is known as an left outer join. It includes all the records from the left table, which is employees, and only those records from orders where the join fields are equal, right? So if there's no match, the right side will have a null value. For example, a left outer join of employees and orders would show all the employees and the orders they placed, if any. Employees who did not place any orders would still appear, but would have blank fields for order information. And then that brings me to the last one here, which is a right outer join. It includes all the records from orders, the right table, and only those records from employees where it's equal. So in this one, it's just opposite of the left outer join. It'll return all the records from the right table, matching all the records from the left. If there's no match, then the left side or the left table will have no values, right? So
For example, a right outer join of employees and orders would show all the orders and employees who placed them, if any. Orders that were not placed by an employee would still appear, but the employee information would not be appearing. And all you ever have to do is just right click on the line and select join properties to get here and choose which one makes sense for you. And you can click OK. All right. Now, most of the time it does do that automatically for you. You'll see the one-to-many and it chooses that property. But if you ever wanted to change it, you're more than welcome to.
The last thing we're going to be talking about today is a parameter query. A parameter query is a way of asking access to show you only data that you want to see. So you can use a parameter query to filter out the data based on one or more values that you enter in when you run the query. So for example, you can create a parameter query that asks you for a start date and an end date, and then it will show you only the orders placed between that date of range. So for this example, we're going to create a new query. I'm going to go to Create, Query Design, and we're going to have 3 tables this time. We're going to grab our products table, we're going to grab our order details table, and let's grab our orders table. And you'll see it's going to create those relationships for us automatically, and now we can build a query off of this. So let's grab a couple of things here. Let's grab the product ID, the product name, let's do the unit price, and let's do the order date and the ship date. And when we run that query, we get a nice little query with all of the information. I'm just going to make that a little bigger there. We have about 2,155 rows of data. And now I'm going to go back to the design view and start to create my parameters. Now to create one, all we have to really do is create a placeholder inside of the criteria section. So if I want someone to enter in a product name to be able to filter by product, and instead of actually forcing my own filter, I can put a placeholder by putting a sentence into square brackets, something that makes sense. Like I'm going to say, please enter a product name. And then I'll close that square bracket. So what that's doing is it's opening up a placeholder. Someone will type something in, and then that will replace the criteria. So if I go to run, it says, please enter a product name. Let's see, let's look for chai. And when I click OK, now it's only giving me 38 results of chai. You can also run this again if you wanted to, just by holding down the Shift key. And once you hold down the Shift key, you'll then use the function 9 key, so Shift plus function 9, and that will open it up so you can ask it again. This time, maybe I want to look at tofu. So I'm going to press it. A parameter pops up. Please enter a product name, tofu. Press enter, and now we're looking at tofu. So this just gives a little more freedom to the user to search for something. And all you need to do is to put that placeholder in the criteria. Now we can do also multiple parameters, right? It's not just one. We can maybe go back to our design view and let's add in here ship country, for instance. That's on the orders table right there. And then there, I'm going to put in square brackets, enter a country. So enter a country and close the square bracket. Now when I run this, it says, please enter a product name. I'm going to write tofu, and then it's going to say enter a country. Maybe I'll put USA. And there we go. That's all of the products that was ordered and shipped to USA out of the 5 there. And then, of course, go back to the design view, and you can start to create more of these. Now, where it becomes really interesting is we can use comparison operators, the ones we've learned about earlier in this video, like between, or, and, or, right? So I'm just going to take these out. You could just backspace them, select them, backspace. And let's do for the order date, and let's do a start date and an end date for the order date. So under order date, under criteria, we're going to use the between condition. So I'm going to write between. And remember, you can always right click to zoom in on this. And then we'll write our entire criteria here. We'll say between. And now I'm going to do placeholders. Enter start date. And then we'll do enter, make sure it's a square bracket, enter, end date. And then we can do that. And then we'll click OK. And now when we run this query, we can enter in a start date. I'll do 1/1/1999. And an end date. Let's do today's date. And it brings up nothing. Let's take a look at our data without this. I'm just going to copy it. Let's run. Let's do 96 through 97 only. So I'll go back to design. Let's put this back in. Run this. I'll do 1/1/1996. And then we'll do 1/1/1997. Let's see what that returns. And there we go. We get 412 results. So that's pretty amazing. We can do date parameters. We can do multiple parameters. And we can even do wildcard parameters. So let's say that under product name, I want to give the ability to just type in a couple of characters and then it pulls it up. I'm going to do like, and then we'll do product name. I'm going to use my and sign. I'm going to put that with an asterisk symbol. And make sure you put the asterisk symbol. I'll right click and zoom in so you can see this, and those double quotes. So now when I click OK, and if I go to run this, it says enter product name. I'll just put let's do a T. And when I click OK, it brings everything that starts with T. Pretty amazing. So you can have a lot of fun with these parameters. It just helps to give the user some way of running this query and choosing what they want in a different way, right? You're not choosing for them where you put the criteria. You're actually giving them options. Take a moment, try that out on your own. I hope you all enjoyed this video and you got a lot out of it. Take a look at our next video. It's going to be our Access Advanced. And if you haven't taken a look at our first video for the introduction level, feel free to look at that one too. Like and subscribe as always. I want to say thank you. All of you stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll see you next time. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Access Advanced. We are going to have an awesome class today where we talk about some of the more advanced features of Microsoft Access database. So with that said, feel free to open up the Northwind file. And yeah, we're going to get right into it. Thanks, everyone. All right, so now that we have the Northwind file open, you'll see here once again, as always, this pops up as our startup screen, and it just tells us, this is some sample data. We'll click OK on that, and then we'll see a main switchboard here. We've talked about this as well, and all we have to do here is just click the X. And now we're right back into the main interface. So what we're going to start off with today is a really awesome feature, which is forms. I know in the previous videos, we've talked about tables where we have our data, queries where we can query those tables, and now we are on forms. And if you remember, we have tables, queries, forms, reports, pages we don't need. Those are old. We don't use those anymore. So you can even hide those if you want to. And then we have macros modules. So in this entire training, these are the next different access objects that we're going to go over. Forms, reports, macros, and modules. And we're going to have a lot of fun with macros a little later on. I'll show you a couple that we can build. So the first thing we're going to talk about, though, is creating forms. And as you saw before, we had that main switchboard form, right? That was right here where we can link to different places. We also had that startup form, which can display information. And I'm going to now show you how we can create a data entry form. So the first thing we're going to do is go to our Create tab. And inside of our Create tab here, you'll see that we have all the different types of objects from Access: table, queries, forms, reports, and macro code. So it really goes in that same order that you see it in the list here. But what we're going to start off with is just simply a blank form. So we're going to go to the form section there, and we're going to click on blank form, and then we're going to link it to one of our tables. So I'm going to click on blank form here. It's going to open up this form 1. That's the default name for it. We can make it bigger if we want to. You can just expand that. And at this point, we have nothing connected to this form. So we need to select the table we'll use. And the table that I want to use today is the employees table. So on the right-hand side, you should see the field list, and you can show all the different tables. If you don't, for some reason, see this field list, let's say you click it by accident, no worries. In the form layout design tab that you'll now get, this contextual tab, you'll see the tools command group, and you'll see add existing fields. So you could just simply click on that again, and it'll open up all of your tables. We'll click on show all tables here, and then we'll choose the employees table. You're just going to click the little plus icon to expand it. Now, once I click on that plus icon, you'll see all the different fields that I have in this table. And we're going to add a couple of those to create our actual form. So let's say that we want to start adding things to this form right away. If you do click and drag, let's say I want the first name, for instance. I click and drag, it actually locks it in place here. This is a snap feature. I don't like this feature, but it does come with the layout view. So if we look in the view, there's 3 views here. We have the layout view, the design view, and then the actual form view. Layout view is okay if you're really just not wanting to customize this too much and you just want it to snap in place. But me, I like to customize mine. I like to, move things around the way I want the form to look. So I'm going to actually be using the design view. So I'll switch into that view right now. And just to get rid of this first name, you can just click on it and press the delete key on your keyboard. So let's switch views to design view. And this is what it looks like. Now, in the design view, you'll see that this is pretty blank, and you can move this around. You can even minimize this if you want to, just to see how big your form is going to be. And I like to make it a little bigger, but there's nothing here right now. So you'll see here in the details, it doesn't really show much. But the minute that I take something like, let's say, employee ID, and I drag it on here, you'll see now it has this little grid icon, right? This is the space that our entire form is going to look like. So I'm just going to make that a little bigger. You'll see you could grab the sides here, make this form however big you want. You might go like this. This looks good. Maybe a little bigger here. And there it is. So however big you want this form to be, you can make it. And then I'll just make the window bigger too, to stay consistent. And there it is. That looks great. So one thing you should know about adding different fields to this form is that it comes with 2 things. It comes with the actual label, and then it comes with the value that you're going to be filling in. So this is what the label is going to say, employee ID, and then this is really going to be whatever the employee ID is. So these come as a pair, and if you click on one, even if you have one selected and you move it, they both move. So even if this is only selected and you move it, they both move. But if you look in the top left-hand corner here, you'll see these little square boxes. So those gray square boxes allow for you to click and drag one at a time. So you can rearrange this any way you want. But if you just grab the entire box, it moves the whole thing. So for me, I want to go like this. I'm going to actually space this out really nicely. I'll put employee ID up top there. And you can even make this bigger if you wanted to, or this one a little bigger. But remember, if you're grabbing like this, it moves them both. If you're grabbing here, that's where it moves it. Just the one piece at a time. I'm going to just move this a little bit there. And this one here. Now, if you're trying to get it really close to matching, you're like, wow, but this is really hard to do. It is. You don't have to worry about that. There's a cool little trick I have for all of you. So you can either just click on this, right? And it's going to affect both of them. Or if you want to select both of them, you can actually go on this little ruler here and just click and drag. And you can select both at once. And then go to the arrange command group Then this is where you can control all different types of alignment, size, spacing. You'll see that all over here in the last command group. You can make them on the same spacing, same size. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to align these to the top. Now they're on the same exact size here. And I'm actually going to space them equally horizontally. And they're already spaced out pretty nicely. So at this point, now I'll just move this over. I'm moving them both at once. And I'm going to make this one a little bigger, just because you don't know, the employee ID might be a little big. So something like that. And that's all set. Now, if I go over and I want to see what the form is going to look like at this point, I can go to Form Design, go over to View, and go to Form View. And now I see Employee ID 1. And you can even go through each form, Employee ID 2, 3. So right now there's not a lot of info here, but we'll add some more right now. So let's go over to back to the design view, and we're going to add a couple more things. And I'm actually just going to start snapping stuff. So what I mean by that is I'm going to double click instead of clicking and dragging. So I'm going to double click on first name, and it snaps it there. Last name snaps it right underneath in a perfect spacing. Let's do, maybe I want the title of the person, what position they have, and also maybe their hire date, or maybe their birthday and then hire date, just all the information about my employee here. Now, I want to move these a little bit down, so instead of just clicking each one, since they're already perfectly spaced, you can click and drag like this and select them all at once, and then just click and move them around. So I'm going to move these about right here, and I'm just using those grid boxes. They really do help out a lot. So I'm just aligning it with this grid box here. Now I'm going to do the same thing with another set of information. I'm going to grab the address. I'm going to grab the city. Let's skip region. Let's do the postal, or I guess we could add region, whatever you like to add. Postal code, and maybe the country as well. And then once again, I'm just going to select all of these and just click and drag them over here. Try to make them nice and even. Ooh, I like that. That looks great so far. All right. And then maybe move this. Remember, you can grab them like this too, and just move them a little more center. Something like right there. So you can always go back to your form view just to take a look at how this is coming together. And I think it looks good, except we need some more room for the first name, titles, the address. So I'm going to make these values a little bigger. So I'll go back to design view. Once again, you could just select all those. And I'll increase that. And then select all that. And I'll increase that. So that's what I love most about this, is that you can quickly resize things, space them, just by clicking and dragging and selecting. Let's add a couple more cool things on this form. Of course, I want their phone number, so I'll add that. I'm going to take their phone number, and let's bring it, maybe I want that down here, a little separate, or yeah, I think maybe a little bit of a gap here just to show that these are a little different in spacing. And then I'll make this a little bigger here. And then who do they report to? I think that'll be a really nice one too. So I should have here a reports to. There it is. And I'll take that and put it here. Now, once again, if you want these like identically, always remember you can grab all of this and you can then go over to the arrange, align, and you can align them to the top like that, or you can align them to the bottom, however you want these to be. Okay. I like the top, that looks good. And then I'll just take these ones here and just bring them down a little bit. I want these to be a little bit of a separate thing that we're looking at. And then I'll take these and I'll even do the spacing and equal them out horizontally. All right, this is looking great so far. I do want to do one more thing. I want to add in my notes section. So I'm going to add in some notes. And I don't like that this is over to the left. So remember, always, if you want to separate these and move them separately instead of in sync, right? You can just click and drag by the square there. And of course, it's notes. So I do want to make the notes a little bigger. So I'll make the form a little bigger and then drag that out. Also, a quick note, if you did have the form a little smaller, but then you start dragging this, it will automatically extend it. So no worries there. And I think this looks awesome. And that's it. This is my form for right now. And if I want to, I can now start to look at this in our form view. Let's see what we come up with. And look how nice this little form is. It has Nancy's name, the last name. Nancy is a sales rep. When Nancy was hired was 1992. And look at that. The reports too, maybe I want to see that a little bigger. So always remember, you can just take a look. Just like that. And now let's take a look what it looks like. Perfect. And this is just employee 1. Let's look at the next employees. There's 9 of them. You can see that 1 out of 9. And let's look at the next one. Awesome. This looks like there might be more notes, so you might want to drag the note section down a little more. But that's why it's so great to look at this, see if there's anything that you need to really fix on these. And there we go. This looks awesome. This is a nice little form. So now the next thing I may want to do here is filter out what I'm looking at. So you can use sorting here and filtering for these as well. You'll see up top we have the option to sort and filter. So if I wanted to just see all of my sales representatives instead, I can go to filter. I can either filter number filters, right? Equals, does not equal. I can do a short or small filter, or I can click into, let's say, title and do a filter and do a text filter there and saying it has to contain or be equal to sales representative, and then title is equal to. So you still have all of those things that you've seen in queries and in tables. Same thing in forms. You can do sorting, you can do filtering any way that you like. So take a moment, try this out on your own. If you want to save this form, you're more than welcome to. Save it as, maybe form example or however you want to name it. I'm going to name this form, let's just call it my form. So to save the form, if you're going to exit it, it'll even ask you, do you want to save changes to it? And you could say yes. And then you can just put in my form, or like I said, whatever you want to call it. So take a moment, try this out on your own. It'll now be in this form here. You can reopen it. And when we come back, we're going to talk about different form controls. So now that we've created this form, we're actually going to start to use it to fill in some information. We know that we can already see former information about our employees. So in the bottom left-hand corner, I can see we have 9 records here, and we can skip through, or we can even use the little last record icon to go to the last one, and we can see all 9 of our employees. But if I want to add in more information now to this table, and remember, we created this form from the employees table, we can use the form to actually add in information to that table. So to do this, we're going to go to the bottom left-hand corner again, and we're going to choose this little right arrow with the star, and that's going to be for a new record. And let's add in our information, and you'll see it automatically saves. So the employee ID is automated. So that's going to be a number 10. We don't have to fill that one out. It just goes in as new. We'll put in some of our information here. We can click into each one. Put in the title. Let's pretend that we're the owner. I don't know, or CEO, whatever you want to put in. And then let's do birthday. Choose whatever you like here. Or you can actually just type it in as well. So if I wanted to start typing it in, I can put some information in here. And then let's put the hire date. Let's say we were just hired in November. Put in a phone number. Who we report to. And this one has a little drop down, which is pretty cool. So we're not going to put anything here. You can leave this blank since we're the CEO. And then we'll just put in an address. Just put in some fake information. And there we go. So at this point, we've now entered in some data, and you'll see right away that it automatically changes this to employee ID. And if we close this form and we open up the employees table, we should now see ourselves at the bottom. How cool is that, right? So this is pretty awesome here. And then if you ever need to edit the data again, remember, you can always pop up My Form, and you can even edit previous data. So for instance, we put region America, but they wanted pretty much the state. So we'll put NJ for New Jersey, or whatever you want to put, and close that off, and look, it updates immediately. So these forms, not only can we create them to see previous existing information, but we can also add in new information, and it saves automatically. So take a moment to try that out on your own. When we come back, we're going to talk about form controls, so we can start to add in really cool, unique items in our form besides just our fields. All right, so I'm going to close out the field list, this table, and let's open up our form. And then when we get back, we'll put this into design view, and we'll talk about some of these controls up top here. So now that we have our form and it's set up pretty nice, we want to add more things to it. And we can do that by making sure we're in the design view for our form, and you'll see the form design tab. Now in this tab, we have a ton of different things. We can use controls like text controls, or we can add in labels or buttons. There's a ton of them. We can add links, we can add images, we can add charts. So whatever you want to add to your forms, take a look at some of these different controls, and we'll use a couple of them in a moment. But looking at these form controls, we also have right next to it other things too, like we can enter in a logo, a title, or even the date and time to this form. So let's say, for instance, that I do want to add in some sort of header, right? Which means at the top of my form, I maybe want to add in a title and a date. So we're going to click on title, and it will automatically add in the form header with a title box where we can name this whatever we like. And let's just call this employee information form. Employee information. So now I'm going to make this a little smaller here, just so that we can add in a logo if you want to. Now the logos don't come over perfectly. You really have to have a perfect image for this to work. But instead of having a logo, I'm going to do a date and time actually. So we can click on date and time. You can either include the date and how it's going to look, and the time. I don't need the time. I'm just going to include the current date and click OK. Now it does come over as an actual formula or a function, right? So this function is built into Access, very similar to the functions you might have used in Microsoft Excel or maybe Google Sheets or maybe Smartsheet. So these are very similar. And even though it says equal date there, if I now run this back into form view, look how nice that looks. It has a nice little header there separating it, and we see what the date is. So I just think this looks amazing. Once again, just something that you can add in with these form controls. Now, another thing we can add in here is calculated form controls. So we're going to do calculated fields. To create a calculated field, we're going to take previous existing fields and we're going to create a calculation from it. So for instance, maybe I also want to know how many years this person has been with the company. And I want to put that like maybe over here, how many years they've been with the company. Now to actually do that, I'm thinking about it. I probably will use a text box to display this. And then I'm going to take the hire date when they were hired, and I'm going to subtract that from today's date. So we're going to be using that date function we just saw before, right, to get this date, and we're going to use it in our formula. So to do this, let's all go back over to design view, and we're going to go over to our form design and choose our text box form, right? So that's the form control we want to use, text box. And we'll then just click and drag a little text box over here. You can move it around. And once again, I'm just going to change this label here because it looks like text 22. And I'm just going to simply rename it. We could put years at company. Years at company. Something like that. That looks good. And then I'll just move it a little over again. And then in this box, that's where it'll actually have the years in the company. And I don't need that box to be too big. So at this point, it's known as an unbound object, which means that it has nothing inside of it. It's unbound. It's not bound to any certain data or source at this moment. What we're going to do is we're going to make sure the property sheet is up. If you don't see the property sheet over here on the right-hand side, you can always turn this on by clicking property sheet up top here and toggling it, or you can just right-click and choose properties. I'm going to right-click on the unbound, and I'm going to select properties. And you'll see these little tabs over here. We're going to go to the data tab because we want to put some data in here. As of right now, under control source, so the source of the data, there is none. That's why it's unbound. We want to bound this to data, but we don't want any specific data from the table we chose. We actually want to create our own calculated field. So instead of choosing from the dropdown, we're going to click the three dots next to it. It'll open up what's known as the expression builder. Now, this is where things get pretty much like Excel, right? It's like a formula bar right here. And inside of this formula bar is where we're going to write our function. Now, in this function, we want to use the function dateDiff, which will find the difference between two dates. So you'll see here in expression elements, there's a ton of different elements here, including functions. So I'm just going to click on the little plus icon for functions, and I'm going to choose the built-in functions. Inside of those built-in functions, we're going to use the date and time category. Since it's dealing with the difference between two dates, we can click date time and look for dateDiff, which is right here. It'll even tell you what it does and show you what all of the function arguments are. So I'm going to double click, add that in. Now, when we're doing this, you've seen this before in previous videos if you've been with me for my intermediate and beginner levels. For the interval, we can choose what it is. Is it going to be in months? Is it going to be in years? Is it going to be in day? Now, I want to know how many years they've been with the company. So I'm going to, in quotes, put in Y. That's determining that this is taking the year out of the date and it's subtracting those years. If it was days, we would put D. If it was months, we put M. So in this case, we're now going to choose the date 1. And to find the date 1, you can actually find that in your form. So inside of my form, you can find the hire date. And let's go look for that. And there it is. And you can just double click on it. And then we also want today's date. Now, remember how we got today's date before when we used it in the header? We did equals date, or well, the system did it for us, but it gave us a good idea of what we're going to use. So for date 2, we're going to go back to the built-in functions, date and time, and choose the date function. And that's it. These other ones, first day of the week, we don't need that for this. So we could just click on it and click delete, click on it and click delete. And then we can backspace those 2 commas because we don't need those so that it looks like that. Now this should work beautifully. So we'll click OK. Let me zoom out. And it's in the box now. So let's see what it looks like when we go back to our form view. And how cool is that? Nancy's been here for 33 years, which makes sense. Andrew, 33 years. Wow, all of them have been 33. Oh, not Margaret. 32, 31. And if we go down to ourselves, if you entered yourself in, we've only been at the company for a year. Right? We just started. Not really a year, but yeah, close enough. All right. So try this out. This is a fun little calculated field. Try this out on your own. When we come back, we are going to talk about how we can now add buttons for further navigation, or if we want to close the form, or maybe we want to print the form, we can create buttons to do that for us. All right. I'm going to go back to design view, try that out on your own, and then we'll have some fun with buttons. Our form is coming together pretty amazing. So what we're going to do next is add a couple of buttons to really increase that interactivity. So with the interactions of buttons, we can do many things, whether we want to close the form, or maybe we want to print the form, or even navigate these forms. We can do that by utilizing our buttons. Now you can find the buttons in the form design tab, and it's right over here. It looks like a little rectangle. I'm going to give it a click. It's called a button control. And let's put the button control, let's do that. Yeah, we could do it right over here where we maybe want to close or print the form. So I'm going to just draw a button here. And immediately it says, okay, what kind of category do you want? Do you want to record something, navigate, right? You can go to the first record or the last record. I know the forms already have that by default, but this just makes it a bigger button. But let's do this one. Let's say that we want to maybe close the form. Now you'll see it has this little exit door, which I love the icon there. It's so great that they give those to you. So let's click on next, but you don't have to use the picture. You can actually use a text instead, like close form. Or if you do want to use the picture, they have two of them, exit doorway or stop. Or you can even just pick any type that you like. But I'm just going to show the ones that make sense to this. And I'm going to use stop, actually. I really do like that one. And let's click finish. So whenever you click this button, that's what's going to happen. It's going to stop. Now, I do like the button format. You can reformat this as well. So if you go over here to the format, you can choose the background color if you wanted to, the border styles, all these different options here. And then once I have the button, I'll then create another one, and this one will be a little bigger, and it's just to do the print. So I'll do form operations, print a form, and it has a little printer icon. So I think that looks great. I'm going to keep that and click finish. And you can make that a little bigger if you like. And then I'm going to put these two, once again, you can use a range and align them to the bottom here so that they're together. And that's it. This looks amazing. Let's take a look at what our form looks like fully. We'll change this to form view. And this is our form. So if we want to print this, we'll click print and it'll print it right away. Or if we want to close the form, I'll say, do you want to save any changes? I'll say yes. And it closes the form. So pretty cool. You can use those buttons to do many different things. But this is our form. It looks amazing. The last thing I do want to talk about before we move on to really interacting with queries with forms is formatting the form. So you'll see we have this like white interface here, and we have the buttons with the borders around them. We could change a ton of those things. So going back over to the design view, we'll see here that we have the format tab. And inside of the format tab, we can change any piece of this and format it, right? Format means change the appearance. For instance, maybe I want to click here and I can do alternating rays, or I can even fill this entire shape. Maybe I want to do like a really light gray color. So now it's all light gray. Maybe, for instance, I want these not to have any borders to them. I can go to shape outline and say transparent, so I don't need any border outlines. Maybe I want them to be blue, and now they're blue. So you can pick and choose what makes sense. I'm going to choose all of these at once to make blue, and then all of these to make blue. And I'll keep that as like a common theme. And let's do this one. And this one. And we'll also do the last one here. Maybe we'll do notes too. Why not? And there's no right or wrong to this. It's just whatever you think it goes. And then for the colors themselves here, I might even fill it in with that lighter blue, kind of like we have up top. I think this is going to be really awesome. We'll do that for all of these. This one, And you can hold the control key and select multiple at once. And there it is. That looks awesome. So let's take a look up. Let's not forget employee ID there. And let's go back to the view. And there it is. We have a fun little form. So take a moment, try out the formats, add some buttons to it, see what you come up with. And then when we get back, we are going to actually create a query, and then we're going to interact with that query through a form. All right, so enjoy this, and I'll see you back soon. All right, so the next type of form we're going to create is a form that interacts with queries. So we can close out my form, and the next form we're going to create is going to, once again, interact with the query that we'll create. So the first thing we need to do is create that query. So let's go to the Create tab, and inside of the Create tab, we'll go to the Queries command group and choose Query Design. Once there, we'll then actually use our Customers table to build out this query. You can either double click or just click and drag it. And let's build out a query. We're going to use the customer ID. That's the key. We're going to use company name, contact title, address, city. Let's do the postal code, the country, and the phone number. So we have a nice array of information here. Now we're going to save this. So you can go up to the top and click on the save icon, and we'll save this as query form and click OK. So now we're done. You can actually exit this query out. We don't need it right now. And now we're going to build the form that interacts with that query. So to build that form out, we'll once again go to the Create tab. And inside of the Create tab, we'll go over to the Forms command group and choose Blank Form. Once we click on that, we'll then have our form here, and you can save it as whatever you like. I'm going to actually save this form as position criteria form, because we're going to use the position criteria to actually add information in based off of what their position is. So not only will this form be able to look at only certain positions, but we'll be able to add things to the query as well in the tables. So when we click OK, we now have our position criteria form. Now let's get into the design view. Remember, we can go to Form Layout Design and always click on that View dropdown and then change it to Design View. And let's add in a combo box control. Now, a combo box control, you'll find it under the Form Design under our controls, but there is one that looks similar to it. So you'll see our box control right here, the combo box. It looks like this. Then you'll see one that looks a little similar, but that's actually a list control. So that's a list box. We're using the combo box. That's the one we want. So just make sure that when you hover over, you see which one it is. I'm going to click on combo box, and I'll draw it right here. Now it will pop up this wizard, and we're going to actually link this to the customers table, since our query is the customers table as well. So we can go in and click next, choose customers table and click next. And at this point, we need to figure out where the position lives, right? So the position lives under contact title. So the available fields here, we're actually going to choose contact title and then click this button here to move it over to the field we want. But it is important to note that when you do this, it actually adds two columns, right? It automatically adds the contact title, but also the column key. So when you click next, if you wanted to do some sort of sorting, for instance, if you wanted to do contact title as the sort order, you can do that, but you'll also see customer ID there too. And that's important because we're going to have to fix this later on when we get duplicates in our dropdown. So let's all click on contact title. We can make that ascending, click next. It shows us what it's going to look like, a little preview. And we could just click next and it'll hide the key column. So that's good. We want that. And then we can click finish. Now at this point, if I go over to the form view, it has our dropdown now, but it has the position duplicated. And we need to fix this. So a way that we'll fix this is we have to go to the properties box, and we actually have to, under the data, change the row source. So where's this data coming from? So we'll go to design view, right click on unbound, and go to properties. Once there, you'll see over here, we have our data tab, and we're going to go to the row source, and we're going to click on the row source and then click the 3 dots. So when we click into there, you'll see the 3 dots, and you'll see that we now have 3 different fields here. We don't need all 3 of those. So we're going to delete the customer ID, just select it from the top and click delete. And then once again, just click right in the top area to select an entire column and delete. And that's it. We're good there. Now, once we click back into the properties of the property sheet, the entire query, over on the right-hand side, you'll see that right now, it's not allowing for unique values. We want unique values. We don't want duplicates. So under unique values, we'll just change that to yes. Once we're done, we can close this out. Say yes, we want to save it. And if this happens to you, right, if the contact title needs to be in here, so for some reason it really wants this here, we can move this back. And let's see if it'll do it now. There we go. So if you don't want to delete that contact title, or if it gives you that error message, just make sure you re-add that. And I'll showcase that again. Once again, when we came in here, we deleted that one piece, right? And it was the contact title. And for some reason, it didn't like that we deleted it. So when you first click in here, you'll see contact ID, contact title, contact title. Delete the contact ID only. Don't delete contact title, contact title. I know it duplicates, but for some reason, the query didn't like that. So now that we've done that, the next thing we have to do is go to format, because once again, it's pulling in the contact ID and the contact title. So it counted 2 columns. We only need 1. So we're going to change the column count to 1 and the column width to just 1. Now that we have both of those, they should work beautifully. So if you want to go test it out, change the view to form view, and there it is. A nice little list, no duplicates. But we're not done yet, because we're going to use this contact list to actually create a way for us to just search for a certain position, and then also we can add data to a certain position. So let's add a button to confirm what our selection is as a submit button. So the first thing I want to do is go back to design view. I'm going to move the label over and redesign it, because right now it just is the name of the field. I'm going to call this position search. And this looks good. And now we're going to add a button. So once again, under form design, we can go over to the button control, and let's add a button right underneath here, just like that. And for this button, we're just doing a simple running of that query. We created that query before, so we want to run that query. So it's going to be under miscellaneous, run query. We'll then, after we select miscellaneous run query, we'll then choose the query from our list here, and we called it query form. So just look, it's in alphabetical order, and click next. And then you can pick a picture. You can choose either a picture, or I like to just use a text. I'm going to use a text, and it's going to just be the submit button, submit, and I'll click next. Now you can name it whatever you want. If you want to call it the submit button, or just remember it's command 2, you're more than welcome to. I'll call it submit. BTN for button, and then we can click finish. And now we have a submit button here, and I'll just put it right here. So now that we've created this button, we have to actually connect our button to the query. So we're going to go open up the query, and then once we open up that query, remember it was called query form, we're going to bring the query up and go over to the design view. And because this button is going to be connected to the position, we have to look for contact title, which we have here. And under the criteria for contact title, go to the criteria, and we're going to actually use the builder to make the connection. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing we're going to do here is once you go there, click into the criteria, make sure you're in there, and we're going to go up to the top under Query Design tab, that contextual tab, under Query Setup, and you'll see what's known as Builder. Okay, but make sure you're in the criteria, so that's where you're putting the information. Now, once you click on Builder, we're going to have to make the connection. We're going to go over to the Builder North Wind, so the actual file. We're going to go look for the form, so you'll see forms, and I'll zoom in for this part. So go to North Wind, click the little expansion, forms, all forms, so you can see all your forms, and you're going to double click on your position criteria form here. So there it is. And then once you have that located, remember that button that we named. If you did name it, I named the button right here, Submit Button. So we're going to choose that button, and then we're going to double click on it and then click OK. And make sure you double click on it, because if you don't double click on the button, it won't work. But before we do that, if we don't want to tie it to the button because we already did that, if we want to tie it to the combo box, we can do that as well. So actually, let's try that. Instead of tying it to the submit button, we're going to go to the combo box and double click on it. Now the dropdown will be connected to the combo box. So let's do that instead. Or the dropdown will be connected to the query. And we'll click OK. So at this point, we've now done this. We've created the submit button, which is connected to the query, and we've now connected the dropdown to the query as well. So we can go in and close out this query, save it, of course. And now this should work beautifully. So let's try this out, this form. We're going to go in, select the position. Let's say we want to just see the owners. Click submit, and it should pull up a query for only the owners now. How cool is that, right? And then we can start adding things to this query. Or if I want to go back to that form again, right? Maybe I just want to see sales agent and submit that. Now I only see the sales agent, and I can add to the sales agents. So this form is a quick way to now access our data by putting in some sort of criteria, the position. So we're searching for a position, we're submitting it, and then we're getting the query returned, and then we can start to add to that query, just like that. So pretty cool how forms can not only be used to pull information, right? We can also use them to search for things. All right, so take a moment, try this out on your own. And then when we come back, we're going to switch gears and we're going to actually build a report. So we've gone through tables, we've gone through queries, we've gone through forms. Next up is reports. All right, so now that we've built this form, we're actually going to switch gears and start building reports. Now, building a report is very similar to the way we've built the form. So you'll notice a lot of similarities as we're building it, and you'll feel very comfortable. So the first thing I'm going to do is just click on the X here. Let's close out our form. You can save it if you like. And let us click on Create. And now we're going to move down our list. We've created tables. In our previous sessions, we've created queries. We've created forms. And now we're going to be creating a blank report. So let's all click on blank report. And it's going to pop up this little dialog box here. And the first thing we'll do is choose what table we want to use. Now for this report, I'm going to use the customers table. So we'll go to our field list and let's click on show all tables. Remember, if you don't see your field list here, or if you exited out by accident, you can always just go right here. You'll see add existing fields and it'll pop right back up. So no worries. We'll click on show all tables and we're going to choose customer table and expand that. And now we can start to add in what fields we want. So let us start by adding our fields. We're going to switch to our design view though. Otherwise, remember, it will get locked just like our forms, right? So once again, very similar, the forms and the reports. and we're going to click on view, and we're going to go to design view. And it looks, once again, almost identical to the way we built the forms. So now we can go in and we can design what we want. But before we just start designing, the one thing that is a little different here is for reports, we actually get a page header at the top of the report. We get details. And if you scroll down, we actually get a page footer as well. So this page header and footer, whatever you put in here, will show up on each page. So we're going to start by building this report by dragging whatever fields we want and then making a beautiful report. So for this one, let's do this. Let's grab our customer's ID. All right, so we want to grab customer ID and click and drag it over here. And then we can just start double clicking to just put these in. So we're going to do company name, of course. We're going to do, and you'll see that one just went right on top of the other one. We're going to do the contact's name. I think that would be nice. What position they are. And what country they're from. And maybe their phone number too. We'll have a ton of these here. Now at this point, when we click and drag, remember that clicking and dragging two of these at once, or if you want to just move this one label, you can as well. If we go in now, and I'm going to just take all these and move them around a little bit, just like that. If we go to see what it's going to look like in our report design tab, remember we can always switch the view and we'll choose report view. This is what it would look like. It would be repeating. So unlike a form where it's just one thing when you add a field, when you add these fields to a report, it actually displays the entire report. Not only that, we can also switch. You'll see another type of view called print preview. And this will show you how it would print on a page. And right now, this is not really nice looking, right? It's all over the place. There's nothing really happening. So I'm going to close out the report view, and I'm going to go back to the design view, and we're going to make these look a little nicer. So you can actually take these, just like I did here, and put it on top like that, and then move the whole thing. Put this one on top, and I'm just moving from the gray box if I want to move the label by itself, and then just clicking from the label on the border to move the whole thing. So always remember that gray box is for a single move of the label or the value, as opposed to the gray box, which moves them separately. And always remember it expands as well. So if I put something here, don't worry, it will expand. Now, just like our form, if we select this like this, we also have the Arrange tab where we can align this to the top. We can control the spacing. We'll do equal horizontally. That didn't really do anything really nice there, so maybe I'll just use Control Z on that one. And that's fine for now. We're going to move all this anyway in a moment. But let's take a look now what it looks like. And once again, it looks a little nicer, but there's all this space here. So to fix that, we'll close the print preview again. And we're going to take this details grid and make it way smaller, just like that. And what this will do is it'll actually stop the spacing. So when we go to view it now as a report view, we have a ton of different characters on here. And this looks pretty good. Now at this point, when we switch over to this, it looks okay, but I'm still having a problem here because our headers, right, like customer ID, customer name, contact title, they're being very repetitive. So I might just want it where it only lists it once and then it has all the details underneath. So to do this, we actually have to take our labels and we have to move them into what's known as the page header. So remember, the page header repeats everything. So I'm just going to click and drag that a little bit. And then we'll add a couple other cool things here in a moment. Let's do this. Let's take the customer ID, and you can use Control X to cut it, and then click into the page header and use Control V to paste it. And we're going to just space these out nicely. I'm going to do that for all of these. So you can select them all the labels only, right? Control X to cut the labels only. And then up top, click in, and then we can use Control V. And hopefully it'll paste them nicely. Now, if that doesn't work and you have to go one at a time, that's okay too. For some reason, it's not really liking what I'm doing here, so I'll just click this one again. You can't just click and drag, unfortunately. You do have to cut it. I'll see if I can cut it again. Paste. Ah, that one worked beautifully. I'm going to see if I could do a couple of these at once. Cut. Paste. And there it is. So you might just want to do, instead of the keyboard shortcut, which was acting kind of funky, you might want to just right-click, cut, and then copy. And once again, I'm just going to select all of these and arrange them to make them look a little prettier up top. And I'm going to try to space them equal horizontally. Oh, that looks amazing. Now, at the bottom here, I do want to make these a little smaller for the customer ID because I know they're not that big. So I'll do something like that. For the company name, it could be pretty big. So once again, you're just going to have to play around with the spacing and always go back to the view just to see what it looks like. Like that's starting to look really nice. But I notice here, for instance, some of these company names are pushing, right, past the limit. So I might need to make this a little bigger here. And always switch right back. Still a little more. So I'll just do a little bit more here. That is almost perfect. So some of those companies, I mean, they have longer names. If you don't mind it and you want to keep these smaller, you can. Or if you don't want to have a border around this, you don't need borders around these. So they all come with borders. You can actually select all of these, again, like this. Go to Format, and you can say that you don't want it to have a shape outline. So I'll say transparent, and let's see what that looks like now. Okay, I like it a lot better. And this one's, once again, a little bit too big. That looks like the biggest one, so we'll go in and make that a tad bit bigger. And then move this over as well. And then we'll just continue build out this entire contact name. Take a moment for this, have some fun with this, make things a little bigger, and we can worry about ordering it nicely in a little bit. For their title, I'll even put their title. You know what? We'll take out country. If you don't want country, you don't have to put country. I'll take in title. And then the phone number. And this should be really nice how this is all going to come together. And always remember, you don't have to worry about the spacing here. It will auto adjust, but if you did want to see more spacing, you can. And we'll put in the phone number a little bigger as well. Put the phone number. All right. Then we can put them all aligned nicely. We'll align them to the top here. And then same thing here. Align them to the top. And let's see what this looks like. All right, a lot better. I like it. So this looks like a fun little report. You'll see our headers are stuck at the top now, customer ID, company name, and so on and so forth. We have a fun little report now. And if we want to see what it would look like being printed on paper or even in a PDF, that looks good. It's not so bad. The numbers fit, everything fits perfectly, and I'm pretty happy with this. So now that we have this, the next thing you may want to do is maybe add in at the footer here, maybe like a page number. That would be really awesome, so that we could see how many pages there are for this report. And this is pretty simple to do. We can actually add this by just simply going to the Report Design tab and clicking into the page footer, right? Make sure you're selected. You'll see it selected because it has that black highlight. And just going to Page numbers. You could choose page N out of M, like that. And I'm going to choose what position it is. Bottom of the page, I want it in the footer. And I do want it aligned in the center. I think that will look good in the center of the page. And there it is. So now let's view our report, or a print preview would be nice. And look, 1 out of 8. Now I do see here that page 2 is looking really horrible. So there's 16 pages here for this print. And that's because of spacing. So once again, we may want to change the way this is spaced out. Now, if you don't want the company name, maybe you just want your contacts, or maybe it is important to have the company name. It's up to you how your reports are. For just practice purposes, let's actually take the company name out. And we can move the rest of the stuff over, right? Let's actually just grab these. And let's see what this report would look like. And it's all about spacing. You can have a lot of fun with this. Just gonna bring that spacing back down a little bit. I do want to center this a little more now. And then of course, we're gonna align these so that they're nice and straight. Top, those were actually pretty good. And then at the top. And then maybe horizontally too. But I think they look pretty good. Let's see what it looks like. And there it is. Awesome. Now we have 8 pages, each one 2 of 3, 3 of 4, 4, right, 5 of 8, 7 of 8, and 8 of 8. So that's awesome now that we have this. Another thing that we can do with these reports, by the way, is we can format the reports. So you're more than welcome to change the colors of anything. If you go to the Format tab, maybe I don't want it gray. Maybe I want it to be a certain color. So you can do alternating row color. Maybe I want it to be a light blue. And then maybe I want the actual color here to be a darker blue, right? So totally up to you on how you want to create these. Now I'll go to Report View. And that's what it looks like. I love it. Looks great. And you can always change these too if you wanted to. But I think it looks good the way it is. And then going back to Design View, maybe I want all of these to be bold and underlined. So you can always go back to the Home tab and you can use these text formatting tools to bold this, underline them. You can make them a different color. Maybe I want them black, maybe a little bigger here, 14 font. And then let's take a look. Right? Looks a lot better. We just need to make sure that the spacing here for these is a little bigger. Oh. So we can actually fit the whole thing in. And I think we have it. I think this is going to be perfect. Look at that. Awesome report. So you can have a lot of fun with these reports, doing whatever makes sense in them. Now that we have this here, the next thing we're going to do, and by the way, if you don't like that it gets colored like this, you can always just, do a transparency if you want to. You can just do a transparent color, right? Or automatic theme, whatever you like. Or if you don't like the shape fill here, once again, something like that. And then just keep going back over to your report view, seeing what it looks like. That looks perfect. Okay, so now that we have this, let's actually save this as my first report. So I'm just going to go to Save, and I'll say my first report, and we'll click OK. What we're going to do is, when we come back, we're going to get into calculated fields, being able to group and sort this. So you'll see at the bottom we have group and sorting, and we can even do totals if we wanted to. But we're going to talk about using calculated fields and also grouping and sorting in our reports. All right, so take a moment, try this out, build a report on your own, and then we'll have some more fun. All right, now that we have an awesome looking report, we're going to add a little bit of more data to it. So we're going to connect data from a different table that is connected to the data that's in this table being fed into this report. So the first thing we'll do is go over to the fields, existing fields, and you'll see right underneath, you'll see fields that are available in related tables. So that's what I love so much about Access, is it really showcases everything that is relational data, and it allows for us to simply add things that maybe we wouldn't think would be related to this data set, but it is. So for instance, let's take a look here at the orders, and you'll see that we have the customer, right, their name, contact title, and we'll make this a little bigger here. This is the customer ID. Bring this over. And maybe I also want to add in how many employees maybe they have, or, who is the employee that's connected to this customer, right? So we can add in employee ID, or we can add in, even what order date this customer had. So there's a ton of different options here that are connected to this. So let's do one that makes sense for us. Let's do, I don't know, maybe we want to see their order date. That'd be cool. So we're going to add the order date in here, and we can add that right in the middle. And we'll go to View from Preview. And there we go. We now have an order date. And maybe we want to add more things, like maybe I also want to see when they ship the data, right? So the order date and the ship date. So I'm going to go over here, drag this over here a little bit, move this a little closer, and then we'll add in the ship date as well. And let's grab the ship date and put it there. And then, of course, we can grab both of these and arrange them. Let's arrange them towards the bottom there. So now when we go over to our view, we can see their order date, their ship date, who the contact name is, the customer's ID, what title contact they have, and their phone number. So we get a nice list of information here. But maybe I want one more thing, right? We have their order date, we have their ship date. How many days have passed since they've ordered and since their product's actually been shipped? So maybe the ship timing. Well, we actually don't have that as a field in the orders, but we can make one here. We can make what's known as a calculated field. So to do this, we're going to add a text box. Control, remember under report design, we have text box. I'm going to add it right over here. And I'm just going to call this shipping time. So the bound part will be a little smaller because it's just going to be a number. So we'll do shipping time. And then we'll put that right there. The unbound, like I said, we'll make that really small because it's just going to be the amount of time that it took to ship this. So really, we're just taking the shipping date and subtracting it from the order date. And then we'll just grab those, align them nicely. There we go. Now, as of right now, there's nothing in the unbound, right? So we need to create the actual formula. So we're going to click into Unbound and right-click on that and choose Properties to get to the properties. We'll then go over to the Data section, and at this moment, we'll click on the three dots under Source Control, because that's where the source is going to be for what goes into this Unbound box. When we click on that, we'll get our expression builder, and I'll just zoom in here. And what we want to do is we want to use that same function we used before earlier in the video, which is the date diff. So remember, that's going to be under functions, built-in functions, under the date and time category, and then you'll see date diff. We can double click to enter that in. Now, a little different, before we actually did years, today we're going to be doing the day, right? So we just need to put D in quotes, and now let the system know that we want to do the amount of days that have passed since the order date and the ship date. So the date one is going to be the order date, and we can grab that from the report. So it'll have everything that's in this report. If you didn't save, you might not see it, but you might have to save first, and then you'll see it in the expression categories. or you could just go and find it in the Northwind, right? So mine's luckily in the report already, so I'm going to do the order date, double click. And the second date's going to be the ship date. And then for the first day of the week, we don't need that, so delete it. First week of the year, delete it. And then we can backspace. And there it is. All right. Now, before we click OK and have this work beautifully, I also want to add in and concatenate a string of text. That way, it's not just saying something like 10, right? I want it to say 10 days. I want the word days in there. So after that, we're going to use an ampersand sign. And then we're going to do space days as a string of text. So it's going to be the number and then a space and days. And that's going to make it just a little more readable. So you don't have to do this, but I always like to do things like this. And we'll click OK. So now that we have this, once we click into our report view, how awesome is that? We have the order date, the ship time, right, or the shipping date, and the shipping time, 8 days. So now we have an awesome looking report. What we're going to do after this is get into being able to now group this, right? So right now, when we look at that report view, it's just a report, right? Or if we go into print view, it's just a simple report. And all of the, for instance, sales representatives, owners, they're all mixed up into these 70 pages. So sales reps again, and there's owners, sales reps, because right now it's just going by customer ID and it's going by ascending order, right? Alphabetically. Instead of doing that, we can actually go into the design view, and you'll see at the bottom we have this group sort and total. We can go in and add a group to this so that we group our data in a certain way. So let's say that we want to add in and group by the contact title, right? Because the contact title is whatever their title is. So we can go in and click add a group and choose contact title. You'll see that once we do that, it actually adds in a section called contact title. And that's right up here. You'll see contact title header. Now, right now, there's nothing in that header, but we're going to take this contact title here, and we're going to put it into the section header. So I'm going to take contact title, put it into the section header here, and let's take a look at what that looks like. And you'll see now, look, we have account manager, and then all the account managers, right? And if we keep going, we then have, so we'll keep going. And now right there, it switched. Now we're looking at assistant sales, and now it's all the assistant sales. So it just categorizes them now nice and neatly, which I really like. But now we're missing this big spot here. So what I would do is something like this. I'm going to just delete this out because there's no longer a contact title here. Maybe make this bold now and a little bigger. So we'll just format that. And we'll make that black text, bold, and then maybe 16 font, underlined. And we'll make this a little bigger here. And let's take a look at what it looks like. And look how cool that is, right? That's looking really nice. We do need to make it a little bigger here just because it's not fitting the whole word in. So let's just make that like that. Or we can even do the whole thing if we wanted to, really, just in case. And then we can view it and look at that account manager. Now, the one thing that I don't like is that, of course, we're going through this. There's now spacing here. So we might want to redesign what's going in here. And I think this would be a great time to add in like the company information that we had before. So I'm going to just add a field here, add existing field, and grab in the company name. And in the company name, again, I'll just cut that piece and put it up top here. That's the label. And then we'll take the company name and put it here. We can move the phone number over a little bit too. And then of course we want to copy that look there. So I'm going to use Format Painter and then apply it to this look. So I'll just copy that look, Format Painter, and then click into here and copy it. Now, if that doesn't work for you, no worries. All we did really was bold this. So we can go in, bold it, underline it, and I think we made it a 14 font. And then once again, we're just going to take everything and align it. So it's all about just going back and forth, aligning everything, making it look pretty. Perfect. And let's see what it looks like now. And look at how great that looks. We're just going to squeeze this design details here to make it fit more on one page. And that's what it looks like. So awesome. The last thing I may do is just remove that box from the company name. So remember, we can do that. If you click into here, you can just go to Format and then just do a transparent and then go look at it again. And it looks beautiful. Awesome. And the last thing I do want to talk about is being able to really take the data now and sort it a certain way, right? So you can sort by, let's say, company name. So you have all your account and then you'll have the company name in there. So you'll also see here, add a sort. We can do a company name now. And then now it's going to run it like this. So we have account manager, but then it's starting with the company name starting with B. And then if you have any cutoffs, just reconfigure everything, make it look good, and then you're all set. All right, so adding in those grouping and sorting can really add to a report. I think it looks amazing. You can make all different types of changes to these too. So if you wanted to, fix the weirdness between how the account manager looked, how it goes like, for instance, in the middle, if we get to like page 15, I think it was. So, there it is, page 12. It's kind of like starting here. We do have a way to fix that. You can actually open up the title header properties. Just right click, properties, and then go under the format section. And where it says repeat section and it says no, you can actually say you do want to repeat the section. So choose yes. And not only that, but you also want to force a new page after or before and after the section. I'm going to choose before section. And what that's going to do for us now is make it look like this. So we have account manager. I'm going to go through. And then I think it was page 13. And you see how it ends on account manager here at page 12. It then starts brand new again at the top for page 13, which I really do love that. So just different ways to really manipulate your report here. Feel free to try this out on your own. And then when we come back, we're actually going to switch gears again. We're going to get into coding VBA in Access, so Visual Basic Applications. And we have two awesome looking previewed VBA codes for you to use right away. You're more than welcome to use them, or you can come up with your own if you know VBA coding. But this is just a very introduction level to VBA. So try out this report, and then we'll have some more fun. All right, what we're going to be talking about next is VBA in Access. So VBA stands for Visual Basic Applications, and it's really great for being able to automate processes by using VBA code. So the first thing we're going to do is just a very simplistic code where we display a message box with VBA. So let's create a form. We're going to go to Create, Blank Form. And once we click into that, we'll then create a button, but let's first put it in a design view. And then we'll go to Create a Button under Form Design, and we'll grab a button control. Now, once you click on this, you're more than welcome to, choose whatever you want on this. I'm just going to click in to Next and put in the text and I'm going to say click me, and then finish. That way it just simply says click me. It's a button that really doesn't do much at the moment. Once you have your button, we'll right click on it and go to build event. Now, if it brings you into this form control, I really don't want to be here. So I'm going to once again click the X on that, and I'm actually going to go to the VBA. And to do that, I'm going to go to create, and I'm going to go to Visual Basic, and that will open up my Visual Basic editor. But another way we can do this is in form design, you'll see the button here that you have selected. And under form design, you can also access the code to this exact button. So I'm going to click on view code. And I'll open it up here for the button. So we're going to actually create a code for this button. You'll see here we have general, or we have the button here, command 0, the detail, or the form. We want to choose command 0. This is the code that we're going to write. So we want to replace the default code here, and we can keep the private sub means subroutine, command 0 is the button, and underscore click means when we click on the button, do this, run this code. So I'm going to just put a couple of spaces here, and we're going to do first a note. We're going to use an apostrophe, and when you use an apostrophe in VBA, it means that you're writing just a note. It's not actually being executed when you run the code. It's just to give an idea of what this code is. And I'm going to put display a message box when some button is clicked. Right, something simple. Now it should turn that green when you press enter because notes are displayed as green. So a nice little color code there. Next up, we're going to use what's known as the message box function, which just simply displays a message box, and you can add in there a custom message, an icon, and also a title. So we're going to do MSG, capital BOX, so capital M, capital B, just like I have it there. We're going to put in what our message is. We're going to say hello. Welcome to Microsoft Access, and we'll do VBA. Maybe put a little exclamation and close the string of text with the quotes. Then we'll put a comma, and next up, we can choose an icon. They have a couple of pre-existing ones. I'm going to do VB information, and that's a little information icon, and put a comma. And then for the title, when the box pops up, I'm just going to say that this is a welcome message. So we can do welcome message, just like that. So now that we have this, we can save. And if you want to save the form, I'm going to just call it a VBA form. And click OK. And then we can close out VBA, and we're back in Access at this moment. And then we're going to click on this button and see if it works. So we want to change this over to Form View, and then we'll give that button a click. So now once we click on this, it says, hello, welcome to Microsoft Access VBA. Now, if this did not work for you, if for some reason it's still pulling on the Find Next when we created the button, a quick fix to this is to just go over to the Design View, go over to the Event section in the Properties. So you might need to right-click and open up your Properties pane. And you're going to go to Event and choose where it says on click, the event procedure, which means it's going to run the code instead of doing whatever else was in there. So if it said something like enable macro or something weird, you could just click the drop down, choose event procedure, and then it should work beautifully. If you now go back to form view and you click it, it should work. So try that out. And then once you get this to work, we're going to come back and we're going to write a little bit more of an advanced code where we're able to actually search for a record in a table. So we'll create a table, we'll create our code, and then we'll make it work beautifully. Now that we've created a way to pop up a message, let's actually do a more detailed VBA code. For this example, we're going to search for a record in a table using VBA. So let's close out the VBA form. And the first thing we want to do is create a table. So we could go to the Create tab and choose Table. Now, once we create the table, we'll switch the view to design view, and it'll ask us to name the table. Now, we're going to name this table My Employees, just like I did here. And it's important that you do the same naming convention because when we write our code, we're going to use this as the source where we're calling the information. So I'll click OK after I name it My Employees. And for these fields, we're going to keep the primary key, the ID as auto number, but we're also going to create a first name. That'll be a short text, and it should automatically put that data type in there. We'll do a last name. And let's do a position. And that's it. We only need those three. Now that we've created the table, we're going to add some data into it and switch our view back over to the datasheet view. Save the table. And we're going to put in 3 different people. We'll do John Smith. And John Smith will be a manager. Let's go with Alice Johnson. And Alice Johnson's going to be a developer. And we'll go with Bob Brown. Bob Brown will be an analyst. And then we can save this table and close it out. Now that we've done that, we're going to create a form, and this form will allow for us to put our VBA code into a button where once we click the button, it'll trigger the search, and whatever search input we have in there, it'll see if the record is actually in that table. So we're going to go to Create, Form Design, and the first thing we'll add in is a text box. Since this will be our search, we're going to label it, and we're going to call this, let's just call it Record Search. Record Search. And I also want to be sure that I name the text box itself. And we can name it by going over to the property sheet. If it's not up, you can always just turn that on by clicking Property Sheet, or right-click on the unbound text box and click on Properties. And in the Other tab, this is where we're going to name it. Instead of it being called text 0, we're going to call it TXT search. Now, once again, we want to be sure that we're using the same naming convention as you see here, because we're going to use that in the code. So TXT and then search. That way we know what we're connecting to for the VBA code. Next, we're going to add a button for triggering the search. Underneath here, we'll do like a, submit. And for this one, we don't have to actually, you could click miscellaneous and say run macro, but you don't really need to put anything here because later on we'll fix that connection, kind of like what we did in the first section here for popping up that menu that said welcome, or popping up that message that said welcome. For the text, I do want to call it submit, and then we'll just click finish. And there's our submit button. And for the submit button, we're going to rename that as well by going to the property sheet under other. And instead of being called command 2, we're actually going to rename this. And let's just call this button search, or BTN search, just like that. So we did text search for the text box. We're naming this button search for the button. And the caption is already set, right? So we have our data. Everything looks good. Caption is submit. Perfect. So now we have everything set up. The next thing we need to do is now we need to actually open the VBA editor and go and do our code. So if you do want to save this form, let's actually save it real quick. And we'll just call this one a record search form, or whatever you like to call it here. We're going to right-click on the submit button. And once we do that, we're then going to go to build event. And if it once again brings you here, this is not what we want. This is the macro designer. We don't want the macro like this. We actually want to put this into a visual basic. So we can close this out. I don't know why it keeps doing that in the newer version. You used to be able to choose what you wanted, but for some reason in this version, it automatically puts it into macros. So if you just click form design and you have the button once again selected, you can go to view code like we did in the beginning, and that will open up right here for that form. So now that we're in the form, we're going to choose what we want, right? And what we're going to be working on is the button. So instead of having it general, you're going to select button search. That way we're actually in the button search. So when we click on that button, it runs this code. Now for this code's going to be a little more, let's say, a little more than what we did for the first example instead of just a message box. So just bear with me as we go through this, and I'll explain it as we go through. So the first thing we're going to do is pick the dimensions for our variables. And this is important because we're telling the system what we think the variable is going to be, right? So we're going to use what's known as dim, is for dimension, and we're going to start to create these. So for this first one, I'm going to do one called dimdb, all right? So we're picking the dimension for a variable called db. Now this variable db, we're going to say that it's going to be a DAO. You'll see it in here. You can even press tab to put that in, dot, and we're going to look up database. Not database says, we're only using one database. We're going to call it DAO database. Now, if you're wondering, what's DAO stand for? Well, it stands for Data Access Object. And the object that we're putting DB as is the database. So that's what represents the current access database we're looking at. So data access object dot the database we're using. And I just named it DB for short for database. That way we don't have to write database each time we run this code. We could just write the variable. We're then going to do another dim, and we're going to have another one called RST. And we're going to put that dimension for variable RST as DAO again, right? Data access object here. And we're going to put this as a record set. So now you're probably knowing that RST is just short for our record set, right? And that represents a collection of rows or records that we're retrieving from the database or the table or the query, the table we created, like with John, Alice, and Bob. Now we're going to put our fourth variable. Our fourth one is going to be called, we're going to put the dim, right? The dimension is going to be called search name. So it's search name. And we're going to put search name, and we're going to put that as a string of text. So it's going to be a string, right? Which means just characters like words. And really what the search name is doing for us is it's storing the value that's entered in by the user in the search box, right? So that text box we created called text search, that's just going to search for the name, which is a string. Next up, we're going to now do another dim, and this is going to be the result that we get. So it's going to be a variable called result, and we're going to do that as, once again, a string of text. So now we have, right, variable db, rst, search name, and result. We're going to start to write out our code. So the first thing we need to do is figure out if somebody puts nothing in the search box by accident, let's say they just hit submit and they didn't actually put anything in there, we need to have the code, take a look at that and acknowledge that there's nothing in there. So we're going to say that if is null is going to be a function that's pre-created by VBA that just checks, is there blank in there? So if is null, and we're going to open that, and we're going to put our expression, and we're going to say me dot, and we're going to actually use the text box name, text search. So that's why that's so important to use that text search, because we're going to look at the value of what's inside of that text search. So if in whatever's inside that text box is blank, or, right, we want to add an or in there, or if that text box, and we're going to search the value again, is equal to nothing, because we want to be sure it's both. If they put nothing in there, it's an actual blank, is equal to nothing, right? Then, if that's true, I want you to pop up a message box, MSG, and we did the message box in the earlier example, and we'll say, please enter a name search, so that it gives them a little warning, like, hey, you didn't enter anything in. We'll put a little exclamation mark, like we put the icon sign, the information icon. We're going to do a VB exclamation mark. And then we'll also put in the actual message box, the title will be input error. Input error, like that. So it's going to be fun. And then we're going to actually exit this subroutine right here. So we're going to say exit sub, and we're going to end the if. All right, we'll put end if. So that just took care of if they put nothing in the box, right? If it's blank, a true blank, or if they really put nothing in there, then put a message saying, hey, you got to search for something, and then exit. Now we're going to create a variable for whatever they search for. So remember variable before was search name? We're going to use that search name is equal to that search, the text box, right? The text search dot whatever the value is. So whatever they put in that text box will now become the search name. We're then going to create a message box, MSG box. So we're using the same stuff we used earlier, and we're going to do search value. And the search value is going to be a string, ampersand sign, the search name. And remember, the search name is going to be the string. So it's going to return search value, and then it'll put whatever we searched for. So search name. Now that we have a message box that pops up if it finds the person's name, what we'll do next is set the database to the current database that we're looking at. So we're going to say set DB, and I'll run through all of this again, don't worry, as current DB, and then open close parentheses. We're then going to also set the RST, right? The record set that we're looking at, and we're going to set that to be equal to the database, the DB, dot, we're going to open the record set because we want to open it up. And now this is where we can write, if you're familiar with SQL code, we're going to write our SQL code in here, where we're going to do a select. We're going to select everything. Everything gets with an asterisk. From, this is where you had to name the table the same thing that I did, my employees. And then we're going to use a where clause for the first name. And then we're going to say is equal to. And then we'll say ampersand the search name. And make sure you spell search right. That can mess up a code if you miss the R. Right? Just one little mess up and that's it. And then we're going to do this. All right, so we're just saying that, hey, listen, I want you to search for everything where the first name is equal to something and whatever that search name is. So the first name is equal to the search name, you bring it back. And then we can close that up. Now we have to write another if, right? We're going to say if not RST dot EOF, all right? So this is another one of those where you're probably saying, well, Joe, what is the EOF now, right? What's this mean? EOF means end of file. So if the record set end of file, it's just going to check if the record exists, right? It's checking if it's reached the end, which would indicate no records were found. So it's just the code to say, search through the whole table and see if you reach the end of the file. So if nothing pulled up, well then, we're going to say the result is going to be equal to, and this is what the result would be if it is. Remember, this is saying if not the end of file and it does find something, then the result is going to be employee found, right? Something like that. Employee found, or yay, or whatever you want to put. And then we'll say ampersand, and we're going to do VB. And then once you do the VB, you're going to do CRLF, VBCRLF, ampersand, underscore. We'll then put in the next thing, which will be we want to have maybe the ID, right? Maybe we want the ID. And once again, we're going to do ampersand RST, whatever that record set ID is. And we're looking specifically for the ID in the RST. And then we're going to say ampersand and the same thing, VB TRLF. Ampersand underscore. That way we're just being able to go to the end and just make this formatted nicely and all nice and pretty. Next up, we're going to do the name of the person. We want to know what their name is. Ampersand. That's going to be RST. And we're going to put in the right exclamation to say what we want from the record set. And we want the first name in this case. Ampersand. And then we'll do that. And let's do an and the record set. I do want the last name too, of course. RST. Last name. And then clear to the end here. So we'll do VB CRLF ampersand underscore. And the last thing we'll grab is the position, of course. I want the position. Where do they actually work? And we'll do the same thing, RST, but this time we're grabbing the position. All right, and that's it. That's going to be right there. So what that's doing is it's just grabbing the record. You know, if the record's found, it's building a string, the result. So it's accessing the value of a specific field. And if there are no records, then it just won't showcase nothing. The next thing we have to do is we need to tell it to display the result. So it's not just enough to write this. We have to now say, hey, you know, I need you to display the result. So it will display it, but if nothing is found, then it'll say no employee found. So I'll say else, and I'm going to do result, and will be equal if it doesn't find anything, to no employee. You don't have to capitalize the E, but you could say no employee found with the name, and then ampersand, and then you just want to say what the name was, so the search name, right, what we searched for, ampersand, and then a period, just like that, and then we're done. That's it. We're going to end that if. So we're going to say end if on that code. And that's it. That is our code. So a little different, right? A little more, coding here, but still not a huge code. So now we're going to just dive through this code, what it's doing, right? So the first thing we're doing is just declaring the variables. We're saying dim for dimension, DAO is standing for data access object, and we're just choosing what each of these are. So DB is the database, RST is the record set inside of that database, search name is the name we're looking for, and result is what we're returning. So the next part of this is checking if the text box is empty. If it's empty, it returns nothing. The third thing is right here, we're retrieving the user's input. We're saying whatever they put in here is now called search name. So if they put in John, that's equal to search name. And it pops up a message box saying search value is John. And then once it does that, it's going to access the database by using the DB current database. So that's a built-in function that will provide access to the database. And then when we do that, we're then setting the querying, where we're saying, hey, listen, I want you to execute a query and return all the results as the RST. That's what you're setting it as. That's the object. So the SQL query will retrieve all the fields where it matches the search name. And then, of course, if they don't find that, right, then we have to see, okay, if it's end of the file and we didn't find nothing, then at least execute at least if one record exists that's information. If not, then write no employee found, and then we end the if. So this is our button. We're going to save this. This looks good. We'll then close this out. And we want to be sure that, well, once again, I know we did this before, but we want to be sure that the event is not the embedded macro, but it has to be the dropdown, the event procedure that we're doing. All right. Now we can go in. Let's see if it works, we're going to go into form, right? So we want to be sure that we're now in the form view, and we're going to run this, and let's see if it works. We're going to have some fun with this, okay? So get to this point, and then we're going to run it. So now let's put in a name. I'm going to put in John, and let's see if it finds John. It says search value is John, okay? And I found it, ID 1, John Smith. All right, let's look at Bob. Can it find Bob? And it found Bob. And then let's look for Alice. Perfect. And then last but not least, let's look for Meg. No employee found with the name Joe. So this works perfectly. Try this out on your own. And then you could come up with a couple of different ideas to use VBA code in Microsoft Access. All right, everyone. I want to say thank you so much for watching these videos. If you haven't already checked out Access Introduction Level, Access Intermediate, this was Access Advanced. So feel free to check out those other 2 videos, and it sort of segues into each one. So you could start off with video 1, 2, and 3. But I hope you enjoyed this. And as always, stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you, everyone.